As a preliminary matter, this is Judy Vetter, Chair. Please permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mark Adler. Mark Adler.
Hi. Hello.
Hi. Vikram Chhabra.
Present.
Dennis O'Connell. I know Dennis was on and then off, so I'm sure he'll be joining us. Aaron Howard.
Here.
Hannah Kane.
Present.
Jordan Rubin. Okay, I haven't seen Jordan yet. Carlos Garcias.
Here.
And Mark Murray.
Present.
Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Kevin Mizikar.
Present.
Kristen Lass, excuse me.
Present.
Alexander Martiz.
Present.
Good morning to you all. This open meeting of the Finance Committee is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. The order allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely as long as reasonable public access is afforded to the public to follow along with the deliberations of the meetings. For this meeting, the Finance Committee is convening by Google Meet as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please be sure to press *6 to mute your device. This meeting will feature public comment. Please wait until I open the item for public comment and press *6 to unmute your device. Each vote taken in the meeting will be conducted by roll call. So when we open the public meeting, I will go down through the Finance Committee. We will use the raise the hand feature. I'll then ask if there's any Board of Selectmen that want to make a comment or a question, and then I will open it up to the public. So at this time, I'm going to call to order the April 10th Finance Committee meeting. Moving on to agenda item number 2. The town manager's report. Mr. Mizikar?
Madam Chair, I don't have anything additional prior to reconvening the public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, may I get a motion to open the public hearing or reconvene the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we're going to take a roll call for all of those that are in favor of reconvening the open meeting. Mark Adler?
Aye.
Vikram Chhabra?
Aye.
Dennis O'Connell?
Aye.
Aaron Howard?
Aye.
Hannah Kane?
Aye.
Jordan Rubin?
Aye.
Carlos Garcia?
Aye.
Mark Murray?
Aye.
Judy Vetter? Aye. So the public meeting is now open, and we will begin our department budget hearings, and I believe, are going to start with the accounting department.
Madam Chair, if I could, I just wanted to take the opportunity as we walk into administration and finance this morning to talk a little bit about an overall change that we're looking to make for fiscal year 22 prior to Ms. Thompson making comments about the accounting office. So within administration and finance, we are proposing the addition of a second assistant town manager that would focus squarely on the A&F functions and be responsible for leadership strategy, process, all related to that entire segment of the organization. This concept was originally brought forth in the town in 2016 through a community compact study that was conducted by the State Department of Revenue Division of Local Services regarding the organization structure of the town. And it identified the consolidation of the administration and finance oversight as a challenge for the Office of the Town Manager, and recommended that some of the responsibilities be shifted to a finance director / assistant type town manager type position. So that is proposed within the town manager's office, and I'll talk a lot or a little bit more about it at that time. But as we walk into these the various components of administration and finance this morning, I just wanted to highlight that we are proposing that change. The position would have oversight over information technology, treasurer collector, assessor, and the accountant, and eventually human resources as that function within the town continues to mature. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Town Accountant Thompson for her comments.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The accounting budget is a pretty straightforward budget, probably a good one to ease us into this Saturday morning budget hearings. First, I'd like to acknowledge the great job that the IT department did with our remote working during COVID. The transition was extremely smooth and allowed us to continue the work that we do in support of all of the town departments. Past year certainly had its challenges, and everyone's cooperation has been greatly appreciated. The accounting department has 3 full-time employees, myself, my assistant, Amy Lee, who's worked for the town for 21 years, and Bonnie Goodney, our principal department assistant. She's worked for the town for 22 years, 3 years with public buildings, and 19 years in the accounting department. Bonnie's been a very dedicated and dependable employee, and she's looking forward to her retirement this fall. So there's a slight change in salary, as you can see in one of the columns, and that would be maybe hiring someone not at the top step. We'll miss Bonnie and all of the hard work that she's done, but we wish her a very long and happy and healthy retirement. On the expense side, the increase over the 21 budget reflects a return to in-person training and conference expenses. I attend 3 programs that our state association holds and various other conferences that come up. I was able to attend some virtual conferences this year as there were many sessions on the CARES Act and FEMA grants. As you know, we had many COVID grants to administer, and there were many filing requirements associated with those grants, along with multiple changes in the eligibility requirements in each of those grants. We were fortunate to hire a consultant to help manage the $3.3 million CARES Act grant, and we've worked closely with her to report all of the time, to file all of our timely reports for that grant. The last line in the budget is the annual audit. The audit is an annual requirement, and we contract with Scanlon and Associates to perform that audit. And I'd be happy to take any questions on those items.
Okay, so at this point, are there any questions from the Finance Committee? And please use the raise the hand feature. Mark Adler?
Thank you, Judy. Hi, Mary. You said the increase would return to conferences. Did we not put that in the current year, last year, this year?
Yeah, in the current year, those items were reduced in the budget.
They were reduced as we were coming in through COVID, right? I mean, that's
Correct.
Is this at the I'm sorry. So then, was this at the level of fiscal year 20? Are we basically returning to the original amount? That's fine.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other additional questions from the Finance Committee? Mary, I guess the question I have is, if the override doesn't pass, what will be the budgetary impact to you? What things will you not be able to do?
Well, I don't see, there are no proposed salary increases in here. And actually, this budget is level funded in all the projections. Yeah, there aren't no changes to this. It's a very basic, straightforward budget.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? I don't think there are any Board of Selectmen on, but if there are there any questions? And then at this point, I don't see any. So any questions from the public? And I don't see any. Well, thank you very much for your report. I appreciate it. So at this point, we'll move on to the pension.
Okay, the retirement budget is $3.3 million, and that's based on the funding schedule that was on our January 1st, 2020 actuarial study. Also included in your information packet was the 2020 performance summary. The fund earned 12.7% net of fees, and our current assumed rate of return is 7.5%. The fund is primarily invested in the PRIT fund, and there's approximately $30 million that's managed separately, and the board felt that it was that we needed to further diversify some of our domestic equity portfolio. And Dayhab Associates is our consultant, and they work with the board to develop our asset allocation. And the 1/1/2021 actuarial study is currently in process.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the Finance Committee? I don't see any. Oh, Hannah.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Mary. Can you just play out for us past fiscal year 22 right now, what the anticipated schedule would be?
The schedule is pending. We don't have it yet.
So are we anticipating, though, like right now, what is the anticipation in terms of when we would be fully funded and reduced to, I know you don't have the future one, but what is the current date that we're working on to be funded and then have a lower level of ongoing contribution?
The current study had called for $3.3 million over the next 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
A clarification on that. Is it 3.3 million each year for the next 3 years, or divided by 3?
No, that's correct. It's 3.3 for the next 3 years.
Okay. Okay. I thought so. I just wanted to be clear, and that should get us to that, right? I know you're waiting for the detail, but that's the thought to reach fully funded. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then once we do that, how much do we expect that our lower payment would go down to? And again, I know you're waiting for the detail, but just ballpark.
I believe the normal cost was about $500,000.
Okay. All right, great. And just a little bit of a clarification on pension for new employees. Like, are there any pensions for new employees so that we're continuing to add to what we have to pay? Or how does that work? Can you just go over that?
Sure. New employees pay 9% of their total salary and 2% of anything over $30,000. But to be eligible for the pension system, you have to be hired for 1,690 hours, which is 32 and a half hours a week. So if you don't meet that requirement, you're not eligible to join the pension system. A number of years ago, we changed the requirement rules. So right now, we do have some part-time employees who are eligible to be participating in the system. If they were hired for 20 hours a week and they were eligible, we continue to keep them in our system. But if you were hired today for 20 hours a week, you would not be eligible to join the pension system.
Okay, so basically the answer is new employees, as long as they meet the minimum requirement, are eligible for the pension system. And
Correct.
And what is do we calculate a percentage load for new employees, like of what the pension will cost us per employee? Is that calculated?
No, we look at our actual actuarial report to determine what we should be putting in. 9%, the 9 plus 2, actually the employee funds more of their pension than in the past. I mean, years ago we had 5%ers, we still have some 7%ers and 8%ers, but what the legislation did over time, it actually kind of shifted some of the burden, I guess, on the employee versus the community.
Okay. So I'm sorry, maybe I didn't listen close enough. So you said they fund 9% and then we fund 2%? Is that what you said?
No, the deduction that comes out of the employee's pay is 9% of their total salary, and anything that they make over $30,000, we take an additional 2%.
Okay, all right. So if that's what they're funding, are we funding, you know, the 90% more of that is, or how does that work?
No, the it's not like a 401k. It's not a match. So it's a defined benefit plan. So the benefit is calculated on your years of service, your age factor, and your status. So those factors are, I guess, what I would say, the way that it's calculated, that's what the town is obligated to pay, no matter, you know, what the investment rate does or any of those factors. Where for 401k, if you get a match, you would, you know, 10,000 you put in, maybe your company puts in 5, that's your 15,000. That's your money. You take it and go when you retire. We're always going to pay the pension based on those factors: your age, salary, and your years of service.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I see Dennis O'Connell has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I did have a couple follow-up questions. You say that we're slowly moving people off of the lower contribution rate to the higher contribution, backfilling with higher contribution rates. Do we know roughly when most of the 7-8%ers will be off?
At this time, I believe we only have 4 7%ers left.
Okay.
And there are some 8%ers as well.
Yeah. And then the second question, sort of a follow-up on Judy's, is obviously the defined benefit plan. Do we have an estimate of what percentage of the town has to fund based on per retired individual, based on what they contributed? You know, obviously their 9% or 8% a year grows every year until they retire, but it probably isn't going to make up the full amount. So do you know per employee roughly or per pay grade?
I don't have that information. I could check with the actuary to see if we could come up with a calculation or percentage.
Okay.
If I could just add one thing, and Mary, correct me if I'm wrong, but so when employees are funding at 11% of their salary, which that's what most employees are, or a lot of employees are, you know, the whole actuarial analysis and the way the pension, an employee takes a pension, you know, there's several numbers involved, and it takes a long time to be vested in the pension system in order to receive a substantial amount of your top 3 years of salary. So you know, essentially an employee that's hired today will have to work, really depending on their age, but around 30 years and contribute to the pension system for 30 years and reach an age of at least 62 in order to receive the highest level of pension, which is 80% of their top 5 years at this, the average of their top 5 years of salary. So while the town does have a cost, and it's reflected in the normal cost year over year that we will contribute around $500,000, there isn't any extra town funding going in there. We have been making up for the shortfalls of the system because of the lower contribution rates over time and historically. So that's what this unfunded liability is, where we're contributing $5 and $3 million a year. We're making up for prior shortfalls in the calculations, and certainly market losses and things like that. But if we achieve, in theory, if we achieve fully funded with the liabilities that we know, and then continue to contribute the normal cost year over year, which again is between $500,000 and $600,000, and the market moves as it has, which for the town of Shrewsbury, we've over the last 35 years on average have a 9.5% return in the market, there would be no additional town costs beyond the normal costs that would be required. So this is just an extraordinary time where we're kind of making up for prior challenges. but the pension system is largely funded by employees themselves.
Thank you, Kevin. That's sort of where I was trying to get at, is if once we get through these years, we can bring that cost down, that pension liability down in the town.
That is correct. Yep. So these are extraordinary payments that the town has worked on for the last decade to really overcome. And then that's like a level setting thing. And you know, we're never going to be just normal costs. The market obviously does what the market does, and it will impact us because we have about $150 million in our pension system. So there will be fluctuations, but in concept, you know, there will be no additional unfunded liability in the future.
Okay.
I think that's an important clarification. I think that's an important clarification to make. However, there is some cost to the pension, and I was trying to get to try to get some feel for per employee. I know you're saying it's largely funded by the employees, but it's not completely funded. I mean, $500,000 per year is still, you know, a significant amount of money. So it would be interesting to take a look at what that cost is, because when we look at the cost of employees, there's not just the salary, but there's pension, there's health benefit, there's, you know, other benefits, that type of thing. So some sort of a load factor of what we're looking at. I would be interested in taking a look at that. But thank you, Kevin, for making that clarification. So Vikram has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Judy. I'm hearing a lot of echo. Is everybody else hearing that as well? Okay, that's better. Thank you, Mary, for the presentation. I basically had a question on the asset allocation and how that is actually decided. So you did mention that we're getting a 9% return, which is excellent returns. But you can never really depend on the market because of the fluctuations, as Kevin had pointed out. So we've got about a 50% allocation in the PRIT Core Fund, which has, on the average 10-year, 9.6% return, 30% in domestic equity, which has got projected very excellent returns, and about 20% in everything else. So I was just wondering, how does that allocation, like, how do you decide that? And is it an aggressive stance you're taking, or is it more of a moderate risk approach?
We work with our consultant on that. We go through a risk assessment and see what the board's risk appetite basically is. And, you know, we also work closely with PERAC, you know, to be sure that, you know, our asset allocation is going to meet the goals of our system. The actuary for PERAC also reviews all of the recommendations that are made by the consultant.
So just to follow up, like, do we have, in terms of our asset performance over the past, say, 10 years, are we doing pretty well in terms of returns? Do we have that data? Are you aware of that data?
Yeah, over the last 10 years, we're at 9.65%.
Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other from the Finance Committee? Board of Selectmen, I know, any questions? Raise the hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Okay, at this point, I'll open it up for public questions and comments. Okay, I'm not seeing any. So the next area is OPEB.
Yep. Okay. Presently there is no requirement for us to fund this liability, but obviously the town has, you know, taken the position that it is a liability, and the rating agencies always look for us to have a plan to address this liability. We presently have $2.7 million in an OPEB trust fund. The OPEB liability is approximately $52 million. And this is just a level funded budget based on last year. The retirement and OPEB is kind of looked at together. And I guess the position has always been that with this pool of money, we'll fund the retirement system and then move some of that funding towards the OPEB liability. But again, at this time, there isn't a legal requirement, but obviously it's in the best interest of the town to address this liability and to get ahead of it.
All right, thank you. I guess one question I have, I know in the pension funding that there was some requirement once we started putting in additional monies that we had to keep year after year funding at that same level. We couldn't just decide, all right, well, we're going to put, I don't know, I'm just going to make up a number, 10,000 in or $1 million in, and then next year we're just going to do 500,000. We weren't able to do that with the pension. Does the OPEB have those same type of requirements or restrictions?
At this time, there's no requirement.
Okay, but maybe I didn't. I understand that there's no requirement to make it, but there was something with the pension. Once you started making payments at a certain dollar amount, you had to make them at that dollar amount the following year. Is there anything like that with OPEB?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee? I'm not seeing any. Any questions, comments from the Board of Selectmen? I'm not seeing any. Any questions or comments from the public? If you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature. I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, we're going to move on to information and technology.
Good morning, everybody. This is Greg. So just to give you, I guess, an overview here, we spent a lot of this past year converting staff over to laptops as much as possible. Obviously, that enabled remote work, but, going forward into the future, I think we'd agree no one really knows exactly what's going to happen. So it's a benefit to be able to have people work remotely in the future if necessary. As you can see, a good chunk of the budget is really maintenance and support on existing systems. We do have a lot of old systems that haven't been updated. Vendors are, moving stuff to the cloud or releasing new versions and saying the old versions aren't going to be supported. So we've tried to do a lot of work, getting things as up to date as possible. And I think that's going to continue into next year. And again, there's not really a lot of new initiatives in this upcoming budget. It really is mostly just maintenance and support.
Okay, thank you. So you're moving to new applications. Is that all covered in your maintenance and support line?
Yeah, and actually, just to clarify, a lot of that we've actually done this past year. But yes, the systems that we still have to move are covered in this budget line item. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Vikram.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Greg, for that information. So I was wondering, there's been a lot of reports, even in Massachusetts, of towns being attacked by ransomware. So I was wondering if you could talk about what our town is doing, what you're doing, your team's doing to prevent such things happening in Shrewsbury.
Absolutely. Great question. So first of all, I try to be open with everybody on these types of topics. Nothing is foolproof. So no matter how good we think we are, there's always the chance that, a bad actor could do something. But what a lot of IT departments are doing is they're really working on network segregation. I think back in the day, a lot of networks were just completely flat. You plug a device in and any device that's on that network, you theoretically could gain access to it. So we have invested in firewalls, which, they protect the entire town, the school system, Selco as well. And we're, moving to the model that things can only access what they need to access. So, to give you one example, there was a day where if I was sitting at town hall on my computer, I would physically be able to access computers at, Oak Middle School, for example. So we've been segregating things. So, if you're on a network segment, you only can see the things on that network segment, trying to divide servers from users and, only allowing again, not to be redundant, but only allowing access to what needs to be accessed. So, theoretically, if something did happen, or there was a ransomware outbreak, it wouldn't be able to just infest everything. It would be isolated to whatever the network segment is. And I think along with that, a lot of times there's two issues as I see it. One is keeping systems up to date. A lot of times vulnerabilities are discovered and they're exploited. So, again, to my earlier point, we're trying to keep things as up to date as possible because updates are generally released for a reason. And then the second thing is really user education, which we've been working on. We did some phishing. Well, I shouldn't say we, my predecessor was the one that did it actually, but did some phishing training with the staff, trying to get people to understand that, my rule of thumb is if you have to ask, is this message spam? There's a pretty good chance that it is, so don't open emails you don't know who they're from. Definitely don't click links, unless you're 100% sure it came from somebody that's, a trustworthy source. And I think that really is just it's a cycle that we have to keep going through because, you can't expect users to be IT experts. So we have to continually train people and, not to be melodramatic, but to stay vigilant, I guess.
Actually, Greg, I agree with you on keeping things updated. That's extremely important. I guess also, as you said, regardless of how much proactive steps you take, these things can happen. I'm assuming that we have a good backup strategy in place so that if a segment was to get malware or be attacked in some manner, that we would be able to do restores and not have to pay a ransom. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a great question. And we actually just recently finished upgrading our backup system. So first of all, the backup hardware and software is on a completely isolated network segment. Obviously, there has to be access to the rest of the server infrastructure. But again, only what needs to be allowed between those two segments is allowed. So we have nightly backups of everything that are happening. And we have the goal is we will have 7 days worth of on-site backups. We're also, we subscribe to a cloud component where the backup data will get replicated off-site, out of state actually. So, again, just to be totally honest with you, yes, I think the system is pretty good, but there's always the possibility that the cloud vendor, if they get compromised, the cloud backups could be compromised if the vendor gets hacked. So I think, really it comes down to you've got to have multiple things happening. So, again, there's always a potential for catastrophe, but the odds of the on-site and the cloud components both being compromised at the same time, relatively low, not impossible. But I think the system we have now is pretty robust and pretty resilient. And, we're trying our best to, not have what happened. I forget what town it was just a couple of days ago that was victim to that. But yeah, we're doing everything we can to try to prevent that type of situation in town here.
Oh, thank you. It does sound like you're following best practices. Any other questions from the Finance Committee? Any questions from the Board of Selectmen? Any questions from the public? All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, Greg, and all that you're doing to keep our systems and the lifeblood of our communication healthy. So
thank you. Thank you very much.
So now we're going to move on to the town clerk and election and registration.
And Madam Chair, if I could, so I apologize, I didn't get a chance to jump in before Greg started talking, but Greg Honorado was appointed IT director, which actually falls directly under Selco, as Selco is our IT service provider. Greg was appointed last fall and has done a really fantastic job in picking up where John Covey left off and really helping us keep our IT environment modern, secure, and safe, and has a lot of good plans in place for us moving forward. And then looking ahead, obviously, many of you know, but we're very fortunate that Sharon Thomas has been appointed by the Board of Selectmen as the new town clerk upon the retirement of Sandra Wright. So Sharon has been the assistant town clerk for the past, I won't get the number of years right, but I want to say 8 or 9 years for the town, and is doing a wonderful job in her first month as the town clerk. So I'll turn it over to Sharon if she's ready.
Thank you and good morning. Everybody knows we faced a challenging 2020 in our office, and we're grateful for all the support from the town and the great group of volunteers that we had help us get through all of the changes in the election laws. And I guess the biggest changes in our budget would be, the salaries have, decreased after Sandy leaving after her 34 years of service. And then on the election side, we increased the election workers' salary from $11 to $12. The rest of the budget is pretty much at level. We did put in an increase in for the travel and conferences, just so that I'd be able to attend more of the conferences to work towards getting my certification through the New England Municipal Clerks Institute.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the Finance Committee? Not seeing any. Any questions from the Board of Selectmen? Please use the raise the hand. Any questions from the public? Please use the raise the hand feature. I'm not seeing any. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll now move on to the assessors.
All right. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, good. Thank you. Well, I've been the assessor for the town of Shrewsbury for 12 and a half, going into my 13th year. As far as the staff in the town for our department, there's obviously myself as the manager. We have a assistant advanced tech position that handles a lot of the mechanical things, such as the billing for the taxes, which is a major portion of what we do, and for the excise tax billing. Then we have 2 admin people. One of them is Helen Townsend, who's split between admin and lister, which means she goes out and inspects buildings for the permits and new construction and collects information on growth. We have a part-time person, Tom Walsh, that also does the same. And he works, his budget is 11 hours a week. A second position is vacant. An advantage we had found with the part-time people is that they're available to work on a Saturday morning. And typically they have fairly good results being led into houses to do interior inspections, which ensures that our data is the most accurate that it can be. And then Karen Berger is the admin, and she's been with us 3 years. Prior to that, she was in the Treasurer's Department, which we found to be a very nice carryover, as she knows the workings of both departments and how to make them mesh better. We have been down one person who left, who did the billing, who left at the end of October. Karen's been picking up a lot of the technical slack in that case. She's been doing a phenomenal job. We had advertised for the position and didn't really have anybody that was qualified for it. It requires, strong munis experience and the ability and the mindset to be able to work with the multi-step billing process. Overall, our main goal is obviously to have fair and equal values for the town, to also find all the new growth that is available, which helps the budget with the town, and deal with the public, keeping them involved in what we do and being able to explain clearly that what we do. Now, on the budget part, there's not much change with this proposed for the coming year. One change would be that the Last year was a revaluation year, and last year I did the commercial and the residential. The commercial was the first time that I had done it. That had saved, the typical cost for that's $25,000. We had some technical assistance from Vision, approximately $6,000. The next revaluation is 5 years from now, and they will do an interim in a couple of years to review where the values are going. The interim, typically what I have done is I've done pretty close to a full revaluation of all the properties and all the types of properties in the town as the market's been changing very rapidly. Overall town values, it does seem to be on a cycle. From the high point in 2008 to now, the average house value is, excuse me a second, is $482,500, slightly rounded. And the median, which is the midpoint of all the properties in the town, is $441,700. And the median is the actual midpoint of all the properties. This refers to the assessed value of the houses. A more dramatic change in the market is seen in the sales. Not all sales are qualified as being arm's length sales. Could be estate sales, a forced sale, or sale between family members. So those are typically not included in the valuation and the estimates of the value. The average value, just quick on the sales price, 2018, it was $499,000. 2019, it went down slightly to $494,000. And in 2020, it's $564,500. Most of that change came in the second half of the year. Sales were essentially, as far as value to assessed value, were flat for the first 6 months of the year. In July, we started to see it change, and the sales prices are typically 85%, the assessed value is 85 to 90% of the sales prices, and that trend has continued as of this week. So we'd probably look in the future, there would be an increase in assessed values for the property. As far as other parts of it, probably the key figure is during the recession, the lowest value in the town was actually a touch under $200,000, with a significant amount of properties valued under $225,000. That has since changed, where the midpoint for the lowest quadrant of the town is $301,000. So it shows just a complete increase in value across the board. And the increase tends to be faster and higher on the lower end, as those houses tend to be more affordable, and it's more attractive to people moving into the town. The high end values are holding and raising up to a certain point. Usually when you get around the $1 million mark and above, those tend to appreciate more slowly. One, due to the fact that some of those houses in that range are older, being built in the late 80s, early 90s. And the other fact is that there's still new construction for the high end. And those just tend to be more attractive to people moving in, as they don't have to do much in the way of updating. And that's my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions from the Finance Committee? I have a question, actually, Chris. You talked about sale versus assessment. I noticed that there were a couple commercial properties recently that sold over here near the Route 20 corridor, and they were selling for 2 or 3 times, maybe not, at least twice the assessed value. So I guess, is that something that we can look at? I mean, I know it doesn't get more money for the town, but it would shift more money, it would shift more tax to them. So it just seemed like it was, do you know what properties I'm talking about?
I know one was the land that had been proposed and discussed for 40B housing.
That's not the one that there was that, but there was another one here, and I looked it up, and it sold for more than twice what it was assessed.
Do you remember the sale price by any chance, Judy?
Geez, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
If I known I was going to ask the question, I would have had the details, but
I can always get back to you on that if you prefer.
okay.
Yeah.
But it's more of a general question, and you kind of touched on it with the fact that houses are selling for more than their assessed value now. This was striking because I do remember the numbers were like twice. Is that something that we can look at and reevaluate the commercial as well?
That's part of the whole process. And I do that. I track the commercial industrial sales, not only in Shrewsbury, but in central Massachusetts and other parts of the state to see. We don't have a large commercial industrial base, value-wise and or property-wise. So I try to keep a very close eye on that type of thing. Apartments can be a bellwether. They're still performing extremely well. And I track those sales from most parts of the state, really outside 128 and forward. I will look at those. The other thing is unfortunately, just because of the way the statutes and regulations are set up, it's like we're always looking in the rearview mirror. So if we had a sale today, something sold for a good chunk of money, it wouldn't be reflected in assessment change until not the following year, but the year after that. And then that's ameliorated by any other sales activity, which will just sort of compress. It's, mass appraisal is great for uniform type of properties. When you have more individual one-off type of properties, it makes a difference. Okay. The other thing I had done, I'm sorry, go ahead, Judy.
No, I was just going to say, I think the important takeaway is that you do keep your thumb on these, and then there is a process to reassess it, so that, but it is a lagging process, is what you're saying.
Unfortunately, yes. One thing that may help just understand the changes in the market and its effect on the assessments is I had done, towards the end of last year, the beginning of this year, I ran a study of looking at all the commercial properties, retail properties in particular, figuring that they would, just an estimate of a 20% drop in their value to see what effect it had on the tax rate. It was minimal. I was surprised, but due to the large number of single-family houses and condos and the higher values of those, it more or less, soaked up that change. Now, in looking at preliminary returns from some of the larger properties in town, it appears that there's some declines, but nothing dramatic to that point. Part of that I can't discuss anymore because of confidentiality with the numbers. But the apartments have been good. The shopping plazas, it's mixed, but nothing, no major drops.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the Finance Committee? Any questions from the Board of Selectmen? Any questions from the public? If you have just joined us, we're using the raise the hand feature if you have a question. Okay, I don't see any. Thank you, Chris. We're now going to move on to Treasurer and Collector.
Okay, may I say one more thing?
Sure.
Well, thank you for your time. This will be my last presentation, as I am essentially semi-retiring. So,
well, thank you very much for all of the years of service to the town. So enjoy your semi-retirement.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lori Gaudet. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the treasurer collector here in town for the past 3.5 years. My budget is pretty straightforward and level funded. I have a team of 4 people that I'm supported by, my assistant, Wendy Ricciardi, and 3 admins. The position of the benefits has been moved from my budget to under the town manager's budget, as Mr. Mizikar has shown in the beginning of the presentation. the transition of moving it more as an HR function. So you will see that in the salary line item of the budget, just more as a move than a removal. As far as my expenses are level funded and are pretty basic, with the exception of traveling training to send some of my staff off for some training.
All right. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, I didn't want to cut you off if you weren't done. Okay, so I see Mark Adler has his hand up.
Thank you, Judy. Actually, Kevin, you'd said at the beginning of the morning that the shift around of these departments into an assistant town manager for administration and finance, that this was a proposal. But it sounds to me like Lori's budget has already been shifted as if that's been implemented. So is this something that is still pending? Is it still being proposed? If so, to whom? I know we were going to address this up in your department's report later, but now it sounds like it's already come up.
So two separate things, really. We have been centralizing human resources function for the organization. Prior to hiring Christina Anderson about 3.5 years ago, the town did not have any general HR employees. So we took the opportunity middle of this fiscal year when the benefits coordinator resigned from her post and we were searching for a new one, to move the benefits coordinator position and responsibilities under the town manager for right now, which will ultimately end up in a future HR department in the years to come as we continue to build out that function. So it's really two separate things. The benefits coordinator, and Lori's probably the best one to describe this, but I'll try. Like, the benefits coordinator position was, you know, maybe in Massachusetts local government historically was thrown under the treasurer collector's office because there's some ties into the payroll process, but it's really an anomaly for her department. It was kind of like a third wheel, so to speak. It's not the core mission of the treasurer collectors. So it's more of an HR function, an employee support function. So we took that opportunity when we had staff changeover. So it helps, move in that vision, but it's not tied to this overarching assistant town manager position.
Okay, and then we can address that later. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the Finance Committee? I'm not seeing any. Any questions from the Board of Selectmen? Please use the raise a hand feature. Not seeing any. Now I'm going to open it up to the public. If you've just joined us and you'd like to speak, please use the raise the hand. I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Lori, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
And at this point, we're going to move on to Town Council.
I believe Town Council Stephen Madaus is with us this morning to provide an overview of this budget and activities of his office over the past year.
Okay, I move zero funding. No.
Stephen, are you with us? Yes, he is, but he's muted at this time. There we go.
Hello, sorry. I was on standby. Good morning. Stephen Madaus, Town Council, now in my 6th year serving the town of Shrewsbury. And I apologize, one of the things I was trying to do was change my profile, so I don't know how I appear on the screen, but I have to get some help with that.
Don't worry, you're not a cat.
Can you hear me well enough?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
So I'll just give a quick overview of some of the matters that I deal with as town council typically, or certainly in the current fiscal year. Of course, 2020 2020 was like no other year. Dealt with a lot of pandemic-related issues, which included special legislation and executive orders of the governor's office, which, as this board is aware, the Finance Committee is aware, changed open meeting law, made remote meetings available. Also worked with the manager's office and the Board of Selectmen relative to postponing the date for town meeting due to the pandemic, having an outdoor town meeting, the COVID protocols, changing the date of the election, access to town hall. All of those matters had legal implications that my office worked closely with the town on addressing, including even protocol provisions, protective provisions for construction contracts when the pandemic hit, as imposed by the Commonwealth. But relative to the non-pandemic general business matters, much of my work has related to land use, advising the Board of Appeals and the Planning Board, and working with the town planner and the assistant town manager. Also, one of the matters that unfortunately takes up time is the Board of Selectmen under the Mass General Laws is charged with handling dangerous dogs hearings. So we had some time on that in the prior fiscal year or the current fiscal year. We also worked on acquisition, purchase of real property for well protection for the town as approved at last year's annual town meeting. Worked on the Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion with the town manager's office for the new police station, including, the ballot question and the voter guide that is unique to Shrewsbury, or one of the few communities in Massachusetts that allows for a voter guide to go to residents. Also last year was, of course, the Community Preservation Act. That was another ballot question that I worked on with the manager's office. My office provided services to the Shrewsbury Development Corporation for the potential sale of property. Of course, attended the special town meeting in September for the police station project. And when all of that was approved, worked on amending the architect's agreement to get the additional services, and then worked on the construction contracts of CM at Risk for construction of that project. More current matters that I'm working on are the Route 20 improvement project, which will involve some acquisition of interest in real estate. And then there was a approved 40B project that's been before the zoning board, was approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals, that is subject to a significant change in that a big portion of the property, which was originally proposed for the development, was sold by the developer for a different purpose. So we've been trying to manage that matter and assist the Zoning Board of Appeals. Relative to litigation matters, they all deal with land use. As from the prior departments, you've been, as you're well aware, the real estate values in Shrewsbury are pretty high. So there's a lot of interest in developing residential real estate. So of the matters, one's an appeal of a ZBA denial of a special permit. With that matter, we were able to successfully have dismissed. Another matter was an appeal of a ZBA denial of a special permit concerning an alleged legal two-family, whether it was an illegal two-family or an illegal two-family. But that matter we resolved. It didn't seem worth the costs relative to the merits of the matter. We also successfully defended a decision of the planning board relative to an appeal of a condition imposed on a special permit of a common drive by the planning board, which limited the condition limited the number of dwelling units to be served by the common drive, and the proponent developer appealed that to the land court, and we successfully defended the planning board's action. The other matter concerns an appeal of an approval issued by the Board of Appeals by an abutter. And in those types of matters, like we've discussed in prior years with the Finance Committee, the permittee, the applicant who obtained the approval from the ZBA, bears most of the burden to defend the board's action in those types of matters. So we just file an appearance and kind of monitor the matter on behalf of the town. So that's just kind of a quick outline of legal services in the past fiscal year, and happy to take any questions. I apologize for being asleep at the switch in my living room here.
All right. All right. That's fine. Thank you for your presentation. I will say, when you said you've been serving for 6 years, it just didn't seem like it has been that long. I would have said you're like on your 3rd year, but anyways, it just time flies, So at this point, I see Mark Adler's hand is up. So Mark.
Thank you, Judy. Hi, Steve. The budget. This is strictly a budget finance question. In past years, and I love this layout, by the way, Kevin. But in past years, we've seen a kind of like an FY20 actual or an FY19 actual, so that way we can kind of see how the course is gone. Obviously, we don't know. There's a time this goes to press, and there's the time we review it. There's the time town meeting is going to see it. So the FY21 that we're in now, things are a little fluctuating. But I'm curious to know, first of all, how town council's budget has compared to previous, at least the most recent previous year, and also how are the finances going for this year? Are we coming up to a limit, and do we ever have issues with hard stops? And is this, because of COVID and all the work that Steve's had to do in this crazy year, are we running into trouble with that?
So right now we're of the FY21 budget, we're 67% expended. This is through April 8th. So we're certainly within the budget limitations thus far this year, which is a reason that town council's budget is essentially level funded year over year. So despite all those activities, we are still in a really good spot. This budget has increased year over year for the past several years, and I think we're finally getting it kind of right sized and in good rhythm with town council Madaus, and just in a good stable spot.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of a follow-up to that, Kevin, because a lot of those, certainly not all, but there were a number of services kind of related to COVID. Were we able to use any COVID funding for legal services?
We did use some CARES Act funds towards in the summer months to the extent that we could. Whenever we were able to draw a direct correlation when Town Council Madaus was working on things like Board of Health powers and staff powers within the Board of Health and things like that. Yes, we did use some CARES Act funding.
Excellent. Any other questions from the Finance Committee? Any questions from the Board of Selectmen? Please use the raise the hand. All right, I'm going to open it up to the public. Any questions? If you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature to ask a question. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Stephen, for your report. And at this point, we will move on to the school department.
Have a good day.
So, Dr. Sawyer, did you want to begin, or was Sandy going to begin?
Good morning, Judy. I'm going to start with some comments first. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Our last Saturday morning meeting was with you on March 7th of 2020, and much has changed since that time. But the budget issues facing the school department remain the same. When we spoke with you last year, we discussed our concerns with the fiscal year 21 status quo budget that would result in programming and staff reductions with $0 invested in advancement of our 5-year strategic priorities. We discussed the troubling financial situation, including the town's structural funding dilemma that continue to compromise the quality of education in Shrewsbury. Shortly after that meeting, the COVID pandemic became a reality. And in order for the school department to reach a balanced budget for fiscal year 21, it had to be reduced by $1.9 million and almost 30 positions. Concluding remarks from our presentation last year stated that we believed all town boards needed to work together to study trends in project costs and build contingency plans to prevent deterioration of services. Since last year, the Board of Selectmen and the school committee have actively partnered to better understand the budget issues facing our town, and we have discussed short and long-term solutions. I want to thank Town Manager Kevin Mizikar for presenting an override stabilization model that provides the town of Shrewsbury with an opportunity to change how we commit to funding municipal and school services. I want to thank the Board of Selectmen, my fellow school committee members, and the Finance Committee, as each board had a unanimous yes vote to support placing an override on the May 4th annual town ballot. If the voters of Shrewsbury support the override, it will mean that the Shrewsbury Public Schools will be able to maintain and improve our school district for at least the next 4 years and possibly longer. During our meeting with you on March 11th, you were provided with detailed information about Dr. Sawyer's fiscal year 2022 budget recommendation and the budget reduction plan. Today, Dr. Sawyer and Mr. Collins will walk you through a budget recommendation recap, what a yes vote will provide for our pre-K through 12 school system, and what damage and problems does a no vote incur on our pre-K and school system. So now I will turn it over to Dr. Sawyer and Mr. Collins.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fritz. If you can move the slide one forward, Mr. Mizikar, and again, those are the topics that Ms. Fritz just mentioned that we will go over today. And on the next slide, I would just like to add my gratitude, and certainly from my perspective as superintendent of schools, my total support of the recent votes for the $9.5 million operational override. I greatly appreciate the fact that all three boards have a unanimous yes vote of support. I think that sends an extremely strong message to our community with regard to the necessity of this in order to continue to have a strong town government and strong services provided to the residents of our community. The next slide, please. I think we've worked very hard, and I appreciate Mr. Mizikar has continues to bring great transparency to the municipal budget. We continue to work to do the same with the school department budget. There is the 68-page line item budget book that was provided to the Finance Committee in mid-February when I made my initial recommendation. We provided on March 11th an in-depth presentation. Obviously, we can answer questions about that as well, but we'll try to stay at a little higher level this morning since you've already had that detailed presentation. I think it's important to mention, before I turn it over to Mr. Collins, that this focus on a stabilization model in terms of the what it will provide to us. I think the fiscal discipline that's required and that's committed to by the joint agreement between the Board of Selectmen and the school committee, really providing a quid pro quo with the community with regard to the guarantee that we will not return, that these boards will not ask for another override question for at least 4 years. I think the stability that will provide to the work that we do as a school department is invaluable. So with that, I will turn it over for some more details to Mr. Collins, who, as far as I'm concerned, is the best in the business in Massachusetts public school finance. And he will take you through some information relative to what is happening or what the budget looks like, what we're requesting. I'll talk about some the impact of reductions before we, I know Mr. Wensky will have some comments before we wrap up. But at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Dr. Sawyer. So in terms of the budget request that's in front of you and the community at large, the total budget at this point is just over $75.6 million. It would be an increase over the current fiscal year of just under 7.7 million, or 11.31% increase. Of course, this larger increase has to do also with the opening of the new Beal Elementary School, and includes, these figures include all of the costs to do all of that work, and including the elementary redistricting, which would have a significant positive impact on our elementary schools in terms of space and enrollment. So that's the total ask. Getting right into the next slide, and what this means in terms of what does a yes vote provide? And again, we're focusing our presentation on what we think is the relevant piece of work to do right now is on the operational override. And so a yes vote provides three important things to our educational system in Shrewsbury. First is stability, second is predictability, and third is maintaining a high level of quality services. And by stability, what we mean is that we're able to maintain and improve our school district for at least the next 4 years, possibly longer. And stability for any organization, whether it's a private sector, a nonprofit private sector, government organization, stability is really the key to long-term success. If you have stability, you can focus your efforts not on how to do budget reductions every year and have a room full of educators, trained educators, trying to figure out how to economize or what programs to reduce, but rather, instead, when you have stability, you're focusing on incremental improvement. Where are we now, and how can we get better? In terms of predictability, the yes override vote provides, based upon the work done between the Board of Selectmen and the school committee on those agreements, it would provide predictable percentage increases to our operating budget for the next 4 years. Of course, 11.3% for fiscal 22, and then 4.25% increases for those years after. And having done the work around financial forecasting, and we shared that information with the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen, we know that at 4.25% that we can maintain and make incremental improvements with that level of investment on an annual basis. And then finally, in terms of quality, a yes vote provides all the necessary resources to provide the array of educational services that we provide, not only in the classroom, but outside the classroom. And we know that for many students, many children, that some of those co-curricular activities are really the hook that get them interested in school, whether it be music and performing arts programs, athletics, speech and debate, or robotics. Having all of those programs and providing that level of variety and interest to kids allows each of our students to be successful in their own way. So those three things are in large part what a yes vote provides for this community. A little bit more in terms of details for the upcoming year, what a yes vote means, and getting a little bit more granular. Again, it allows us to maintain all existing pre-K through 12 programs and staff. It allows us to open up the new Beal School as planned. And that's important, again, not just for that school alone, but for all of our elementary schools, because we're shifting some of our enrollment at our elementary schools that are stressed capacity right now, and shifting those students to the new Beal School, where we've intentionally sized that school to allow for enrollment in the future years of up to 790 students. So it improves the override vote, vastly improves our elementary average class sizes and space, and provides equitable spaces at all of our elementary schools as we repurpose classrooms, for example, at Spring and Patton and Floral, from classroom spaces to spaces for special education, dedicated spaces for music and art. The yes override vote also allows us to add back a 2-person team at 5th grade at Sherwood. Again, that was cut this year, and we had to unfortunately raise class sizes. So the yes override vote restores that and allows us to have better class sizes at the middle school level. And then Finally, it adds back 2 high school teachers to help us improve class sizes there. We did not fill several positions this year with retirements and resignations because of the budget reductions. And so again, adding back 2 teachers will help us with but not only enrollment, but also making sure that we can offer all the courses that students want to enroll in. This next slide basically is just a quick update on the Beal School. And as you know, and in case some folks from the community are just kind of entering the budget process at this particular point, the Beal School project has from the very beginning been a very well managed and planned project. It is on schedule to be delivered substantial completion in late May. And then we'll start taking furniture and equipment deliveries in June and July, and then prepare for opening in August. It is also under budget. And if folks want to see kind of the latest interior pictures and some exterior pictures, they're on the school committee meeting website. We just had an update this past week from our architect and project management company, and we're really excited about what that school is going to be able to offer our students and community into the future. At this point, I will turn it over to Dr. Sawyer to talk about what the impact would be of a no vote on the operational override question.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Sort of the overview is that based on the budget gap that exists, we would need to make about $4.5 million of additional program and staff reductions over the almost $2 million reductions we made this year. We provided those details when we met in March with the Finance Committee. That represents almost 50 positions that we'd be reducing additionally from the school district, which really have a devastating effect on what we're able to do as a school district. It destabilizes the district in significant ways, and Mr. Collins spoke to what some of the issues are with stability. It jeopardizes the opening of the new Beal School as agreed to per the project funding agreement that we have with the MSBA. And it would be, again, second consecutive year of major budget reductions with losses and limitations in terms of programs and staff. In terms of the next slide, some specifics. We would potentially need to reinstitute the full-day kindergarten lottery and the tuition fee. The school committee just voted the other night to maintain all of our fees and tuitions at the levels that were established originally for this fiscal year, with the exception of eliminating the full-day kindergarten tuition, which has been the goal all along. And when we presented the Beal School project to the community, that was made clear that that was the intent when we opened the new school and had enough space to provide full-day kindergarten to everyone. It would increase class size at all of our elementary schools and close all of our elementary media centers, which would have a devastating effect on our ability to provide early literacy experiences for our younger students. It will increase class sizes at both of our middle schools, Sherwood and Oak, and at the high school will have some very significant impact. It will limit options of course availability. We would absolutely not be able to offer all of the AP courses we're currently offering right now. Potentially some foreign language classes would be reduced and where they're not required by, say, state regulation. Their students who want to study additional years of foreign language may not have that option. Not be able to take a second science or a math course. Lots of electives that students are able to take and maybe planning on to round out their high school transcript would not be available. It would put us at a significant competitive disadvantage, our students at a significant competitive disadvantage in terms of what their profiles would look like to colleges and universities for sure, which would be extremely undesirable outcome. And then, of course, we would have to look again at the fee-based programs and services and see whether or not we would need to, we would recommend to the school committee to potentially increase some of those to avoid even these levels of cuts to some degree, but that would be pretty de minimis. The next slide, please, indicates that we would not then hire the additional 32.6 full-time equivalent staff necessary to complete the elementary redistricting and open Beal School as planned. As I mentioned, it's almost 50 full-time equivalent staff positions that will increase class sizes and reduce educational programming. Next slide, please. Just shows a table of where we will be reducing positions: 2 administrative, 11 elementary positions, 6 at the middle school. And just to note that we reduced several middle school positions this year, so that's why there's not quite as many for next year's plan. 12 positions at the high school, 4.5 positions across our K-8 specialized subjects and allied arts teachers, 2.5 special education positions, and 10.7 paraprofessional positions, which would also include all of our media aides who currently are responsible for running the media centers in our elementary schools. So you see for the total of 48.7 positions. So at this point, I'll turn it back to Mr. Collins. I know there have been some questions about stimulus funding coming from the federal government, and he wants to make sure that there's clarity with regard to how those funds can be used.
Thank you, Dr. Sawyer. So again, like all other public school districts across the country and in Massachusetts, Shrewsbury Schools has been the recipient of a variety of grant funding. And we know that grant funding is one-time money, and that our budget problem and the ongoing deficits and structural deficit existed pre-pandemic. And that was a problem to solve before COVID even occurred. We're very grateful for the stimulus funding that we received. I provided a detailed report to the school committee about 2 weeks ago that's on our website about all of the stimulus funding that we've received and how much of it is committed. And we've committed over 100% to the state funding and over 83% to the federal funding already. But this is one-time money to deal with the COVID problem. And this does not solve our structural deficit issue. And, another way to say this too would be that, we're grateful for this funding to pay for personal protective equipment, for additional furniture, for COVID surveillance testing, for additional nursing support, renting of tents that we've had to do to provide additional space for cafeteria. All of those things, additional technology, all of those things have been necessary to help us work through and manage through COVID. And had these funds, these one-time funds, stimulus funds, not been available, we would have otherwise had to gone back to town meeting to ask for those funds to get us through this time period. Again, we're happy to receive these. It's one time, it's restricted money. The monies that we've received in the school department have been restricted to just COVID-related costs. And we know that this latest round, the so-called ESSER 3 funding, which was passed recently under the Biden administration, that 20% of that next round of funding will be required to be spent on academic recovery activities. And so we're working on plans now to see what can be implemented for the summertime and over the coming year, in coming years, frankly, to work on this issue. There's no magic bullet around, some quick hit programs around academic recovery. And so, again, we're grateful to have this latest round of funding. And we'll get more details a little bit later in May from the Department of Education about other types of restrictions that might be at play. But this is one-time funding, restricted, and does not solve our structural deficit problem. The override is absolutely still necessary. Want to talk now a little bit about reopening schools. Again, we've been working on this issue once the State Department of Education put some plans forward with deadlines. We've met or exceeded, plan to exceed all of those timelines set before us. As you know, if you have elementary age children, all of those students came back full in person on April 5th. And this coming Monday, we'll have Sherwood reopening in a phased way fully. And then the same thing right after April break, we'll have Oak coming back full time in a phased way beginning on Monday, April 26th. And then our reopening for the high school full in-person is on May 3rd. The Department of Education hasn't really even set a deadline yet for high schools, but we have. And so that's the May 3rd deadline. We've been working over the past 3 weekends to get our schools ready. There's been an enormous amount of logistical effort to refurniture our classrooms. And of course, with limited time to do that, we've taken some additional remote days to get students out of the building and staff out of the building to do that. But we've also been leveraging Saturdays. And for the past 3 Saturdays, right now, in fact, we have a work crew of over a dozen people up at the high school right now, unloading tractor trailers of furniture to put back into the high school. And we also are awaiting some new furniture deliveries over April break for the Oak Middle School and the high school. So we're very appreciative for all of the support from the Public Buildings Department in this regard, and also all of our principals and assistant principals and school secretaries who've played a key role in making this happen. So we are completely on track and slightly ahead of schedule in some areas on our school reopening plans. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Sawyer.
Thank you. And I'll just conclude before I turn it over to Mr. Wensky with the next slide, which are the same slides that I showed back in March, and I've showed a few different times in different presentations. But I think it's important, as you know, certainly we're seeing a lot of optimism and hope as you know, more people are vaccinated and we're bringing our students back into full-time school. You know, that we'll have a very strong end to the school year, and we're very appreciative of all the work that Mr. Collins just described. At the same time, the budget deficit that we face for next year, in combination with the realities that we need to get our students back on track when it comes to their academic and their social and emotional development. You know, not all of our students have struggled, but many have. And this is, in any year, a $4.5 million reduction to our program would have very serious negative consequences. But to pile that on top of coming out of a year where we just experienced a pandemic for 1 1/3 school years, essentially, it couldn't come at a worse time to be reducing the kinds of supports that we have educationally for our students. Next slide. You know, obviously, people wonder about, you know, what is the cost of an education emergency? Well, of course, you know, the cost in terms of our reductions next year will be $4.5 million on top of about $2 million we cut this year. But as the next slide shows, you know, the true cost is what it costs the young people of our community. This is one of our main webpage slides that links to our strategic priorities and goals. And, you know, we could continue to make some progress on some of our strategic priorities this year, even despite the pandemic. But when you look at that photograph of the joy that our graduates are experiencing on graduation night, and the pride that we feel as a community, that we're sending those young people out to wherever their next pathway takes them, whether that's college and university, whether that's the military, whether that's the world of work, that they are going to be extremely well prepared and be able to be contributors to their communities, whether they return to live in Shrewsbury, which many do, or wherever they end up, that they are going to have the skill set to be economically independent and excellent contributors to our society. And that's something that is why we invest what we do in public education. So with that, I just want to, in this final slide, again, emphasize to the community that I do not believe that we'll allow our town's children to suffer the consequences of what these devastating cuts would be. I truly believe that Shrewsbury is a community that values the education of its children. And I believe that we are going to respond to this emergency by providing the resources our educators need to meet our children's needs. And when I first used this slide, there was not really a clear pathway forward. What gives me a lot of hope and optimism is now there is a pathway forward. There is a key vote on May 4th where the residents of this community can make the choice to be able to provide the resources that our schools need to do the job that's expected of them. And again, I appreciate deeply the leadership that Mr. Mizigar has provided, the leadership from the Board of Selectmen, the school committee, the finance committee to unanimously support this approach. And I am now hopeful that my beliefs will absolutely be well-founded with a successful override vote on May 4th. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wensky for some comments before we get into the Q&A portion.
Thank you, Dr. Sawyer, and good morning, Finance Committee. As you can see from the presentation, we tried to give you a different flavor of our budget challenges since our March 11th meeting. It still tastes the same with the risk of reducing staffing by 48 a year after reducing by 30 full-time employees. So the cuts will impact all grade levels through larger class sizes and reductions in programs and class offerings. Additionally, the risk of not opening the new BEAL is as planned and as promised to both taxpayers and the MSBA is very real. The key difference, as Dr. Sawyer mentioned in the presentation versus our March 11th meeting here, is that there is a path forward through the operational override question on the May 4th ballot. Certainly getting to yes provides many positive, predictable financial impacts to the school budget. A yes vote also allows our district to maintain and improve educational services for at least the next 4 years. The school committee is very thankful for the partnership of the Board of Selectmen, Town Manager Mizikar, and the Finance Committee. We really appreciate your unanimous support of the operational override ballot question and allowing the community to vote on this critical issue. I'd like to thank you all for your time and would be happy to answer any questions from the Finance Committee and the public. Thank you.
All right. At this point, thank you very much, actually, that was a very good, succinct, high-level presentation. And I like the fact that you covered both with the override and then the impact if the override doesn't pass. I think that's really important. So at this point, I'm going to open up any questions or comments from the Finance Committee. Dennis O'Connell.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Sawyer and Mr. Wensky and Sandra for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. I'll try to be short. One is, I think we're saying that between the cuts from last year and the proposed cuts for this year, if the override doesn't go through, we're talking over 70 educators will have been let go. And that's and what's the total number of educators? I mean, that's a pretty big chunk to lose in 2 years.
Yeah, so, that is correct. In terms of the total number of staff in the district, it's about 800, including all. And of course, those staff aren't all necessarily teachers, but a large degree of those cuts have been teachers and would be teachers. And then I think I would also add that there's 32 additional positions that we would be adding next year to open BEAL. So the net impact, you'd be looking at about 100 positions compared to where we will be with a positive override, or total if you count last year as well. But it's 80 plus positions net for next year. So this really is a massively important vote and decision that our community is making.
And thank you for that second clarification on that. My numbers didn't even include the 32 that were proposed in order to bring class size down. That's a very big number. I do think it's important to count last year's number because it's an impact. It's an ongoing impact. It's a trend. The second question I have is, I've talked to many people in the community about raising the budgets for the school committee, et cetera. And one thing I hear a lot is, well, why do they need so much money? When I went to school, it was this, it was that. I didn't need these things. Just could you hit on, quite frankly, how the cost of education has changed over the last 30 years and maybe even the last 10 years? I'm sure there's new regulations, there's new things that have to be added to curriculum, et cetera. It's not a simple budget going every year with education because there's other outside things that come into it, including special education. So
I can start, and I can certainly, any school committee members who want to comment, and Mr. Collins, I think that there are certainly some things that have changed in recent times, and I would say one of those, of course, is and when I first came on the call, you were talking about the IT and the way that communication has changed, and certainly the use of technology is something that is a different element to what school districts are expected to provide. And thank goodness we were very far ahead of the curve compared to a lot of districts in terms of the use of educational technology when the pandemic hit, which I think served us very well in terms of what we were able to do. But beyond that, I'm not sure that the cost structure has changed a whole lot in the last 30 years. Obviously, like anything else, inflation factors, if someone wants to look at what someone was making for a salary in any profession 30 years ago versus now is going to be different. And 80+% of our budget is salaries because education is and will continue to be a very personnel intensive endeavor, as it should be. In terms of the costs relative to other elements that maybe a very long time ago would be the introduction of mandated and extremely important special education services to make sure we're providing the right kinds of supports for students no matter what their disability might be. That really came into effect starting in the mid-'70s, but I think some of the changes in the cost structure in probably the last, certainly during my career, one good example of this is that when I began at Floral Street School in 1997, Floral Street School had the very first dedicated program to students on the autism spectrum or with similar kinds of disabilities. And there was one classroom with, I want to say somewhere on the order of maybe 5 or 6 students that received those kinds of services. Now every single one of our 9 schools has a program like that. And the number of students with those kinds of disabilities, has really expanded a great deal over the course of the last couple of decades. And those programs obviously are very personnel intensive and not only if we're providing it in district, which is a very cost-effective model that allows students to stay in their neighborhood schools, but also there are students who have very significant disabilities who need to be educated in outside specialized school placements, which creates a whole other level of cost. So those are some of the things that might be different than if you're looking back a number of decades. But other than that, and again, it's important to remind everyone watching, if someone's watching or paying attention to this for the first time or recently, our cost structure has been so significantly below what a typical district in Massachusetts pays that we have, I forget the number, I think it's like $18 million more we'd need to spend just to be at the average of a Massachusetts school district. So the value proposition that Shrewsbury residents have had over the last many decades has been huge. There's been an incredibly large dividend of funding that has either stayed in the pockets of Shrewsbury taxpayers because the tax rate has been very low, obviously too low because it's created a structural deficit. But it's certainly the cost structure is very favorable compared to most places. But with that, I don't know if Ms. Fritz or any other members of the school committee or Mr. Collins has any other thoughts about sort of why education costs what it does.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Sawyer. And Dennis, when you asked that question, the first thing I did think of was technology. And Mr. Murray, when you served with us on the school committee, the first thing I thought of was the iPad project. And when we thought about adding that, and we did have to think about what we couldn't add as we move forward with technology, and that was a big rollout for us financially. And thank goodness we did that with the pandemic because we were further ahead with devices. And now that we're using it, we see the benefits for technology, even with the younger grades. And moving forward, we're all using technology different. Look at what we're doing today. And we know this is going to stay with us as a society, in work, in school. So we're seeing different changes as a society in whole. And we're not sitting in rows of desks. Maybe we are now in the pandemic, but we're going to go back to what we were doing. So we're just moving forward in different ways. But to me, technology is one of the things that we're going to be investing in more as we go forward. So things just change over time.
I think if I could just add a couple of pieces, one would be, I do think when we talk about time periods, if you just talking about a generation ago or a generation and a half ago, I think there's been a lot of positive improvements. And I'd say, much more focus on educational realm of making sure that we do our best job to allow every student to succeed. And I can recall personal experiences of going to school and kind of this notion of, a teacher would provide delivery of some curriculum. Some students got it and some students didn't. And that was it. And you kind of move on. And I think now, we've learned as a society that we need to provide better supports for all students. And some of those supports, across the range, they do mean, additional offerings for advanced placement courses that you didn't see, a generation ago. You see more supports for counseling and mental health and nursing services for students who are medically fragile in our school district and who have mental health needs. I think those are all very positive things that didn't occur long ago. And I'd make almost kind of an analogy with healthcare, that, further specialization provides better healthcare, and further specialization provides better education to all of our students. And I think that, also, just anecdotally, I was out to dinner with my daughter who's finishing her second year of college. And she, again, like my other daughter who graduated from Shrewsbury High, remarked that both she and all of their friends say the same thing. When they come back from their first year of college, wherever they go, they say, wow, it really wasn't that hard. Shrewsbury High School is like harder. I was so well prepared by Shrewsbury High School in comparison to their peers in the college environment who struggled because they didn't have the same rigor or same opportunity. So I think that the investment that our community has made in education pays off great dividends for our student success. And when folks also just talk about the cost of education, as Dr. Sawyer mentioned, we run a cost-efficient operation. We're in the bottom 11% in terms of cost per pupil. So I think the value proposition is there for our students and for our families and for our taxpayers.
Thank you for that answer. It's very helpful. I will make one more comment and then I'll turn it over to someone else. To your point about Shrewsbury preparing students, I've had 2 children go through the system. They've had great experiences. As a parent, I can say I've watched the opportunities sort of deteriorate over years as these cuts come in, and then sometimes pick back up when funding comes back the next year. But I think Shrewsbury school system, the teachers, the administrators have done a great job in always providing the top education that is available with the resources they have. And my kids also have said the same thing, having gone to good schools. They've said the same thing. They felt more prepared than their peers in college, which is a great thing. So it's a great, testament to what you guys are doing in the school system. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I thank you for putting together a great budget presentation.
Thank you. Mark Murray.
Thank you, Judy. Just an overview comment, if you will. It's very positive. And also a question that is kind of big picture. First of all, I've just been so impressed with the process that's taken place in this community over the last 2 months. The process between the Board of Selectmen and the school committee and the finance committee, coming together. It wasn't easy, but it was collaborative. It was transparent. It was thoughtful, obviously, and timely, obviously. And to see, good people come together, work out differences, and come up with a plan is amazingly rewarding. Good things will come of this. I'm convinced of it because we had good people working on it. Kudos to Mr. Mizikar, to Dr. Sawyer, to Patrick Collins, to Mrs. Fritz and the school committee, and to Beth Cassavant and the Board of Selectmen. You made everyone very proud so far, and I'm feeling really good about what's going to happen. So thank you. Obviously, any school department, any school budget has lots of moving parts. And my question to Dr. Sawyer, Mr. Collins, Mrs. Fritz, and the school committee, looking ahead in the future, the next 4 to 5 years, relative to the budget, what areas do you see as potential challenges? Being mindful that obviously we have to stay within 4.5%. Where do you see the school committee needing to be laser focused in avoiding and addressing potential bumps? Because there will be. And how will you continue to manage that eventuality?
I don't know if Ms. Fritz wants to start from a sort of a school committee policy perspective, and then I can certainly jump in with some thoughts about operational pieces.
Sure. Marco and I look at our strategic priorities. It's an area I think, that we haven't been able to focus on, but from a budget perspective, and, we set these goals for ourselves, and we haven't been able to move forward as a community, as a school community. And I think that's where I would want us to focus moving forward. And that may be difficult because we've got a lot of pent up demand and, all over because we've been status quo for so long. So for me, and for the school committee, I would want to make sure that we're able to make some inroads in that area going forward.
I would think, from my perspective, that there's a few areas that we're always concerned about relative to volatility. One of those is special education costs, because it is a mandated cost, and sometimes there are, just by virtue of a family moving into the community who has a student with significant needs, who may require an out-of-district placement. Those can vary year over year. Students who get identified within our schools who might need more supports, and sometimes the mandates can evolve in terms of what's expected of us as a school district. Student enrollment, of course, we have a pretty good handle on the next few years in terms of, obviously, the closer the time horizon, the more that our enrollment projections are accurate. But it remains to be seen how this community continues to evolve, and if we'll continue to experience enrollment pressure. And we know we have a very overcrowded high school, and that's something that I know that part of the process, and the pandemic kind of put this off a little longer, is that we are going to be doing another building assessment in terms of our schools' needs and enrollment needs once the Beal project is finished. And certainly we know that we're several hundred students above our capacity at the high school. And if that doesn't moderate, or if it increases, that's going to create issues for us in terms of space availability and programming availability there. In terms of student enrollment, the types of students who are enrolling, one area that we're mandated to provide is English language education services for students who do not speak English. It's only about 2% of our students who require those services, but those are intensive services, and that is an area. I should have mentioned this earlier to Mr. O'Connell's question. That's an area of the budget that, when I came to Shrewsbury, was really de minimis, and now I don't have the line item in front of me, but staffing wise, just thinking of staffing, that's probably that's a several $100,000 line item now that didn't exist probably 20 years ago. So demographic changes are part of it, and of course, like anything else, what are the expectations around how things are evolving around technology, around specialized kinds of supports for students, and when those specialized supports require personnel, that obviously can move the needle on cost pretty quickly. So that's something we have to pay attention to. Restoring what we've lost over the last year, and then we had some other cuts in years before that. We'll start to make some incremental gains back in the next few years, but to Mr. O'Connell's point earlier, we can't lose sight of the fact that we're starting from in the hole right now. We'll make a huge improvement at the elementary level with the opening of Beal. If we have a favorable override vote, we'll get a little bit back at Sherwood and the high school in terms of positions, but looking at what we can restore and how we can navigate what new demands might be placed upon us. I think those are all things that are on my mind. So I appreciate the question, Mr. Murray.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. Sawyer. And just one other thing, listen, I remain positive about this for the simple fact that we have a high-performing, high-achieving organization in the town of Shrewsbury, and that includes everyone, selectmen, school committee, finance committee. Let's get this done. Let's pass it and move on. Mm-hmm. We're deserving and we're capable. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Kane?
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, everyone, for the presentation this morning and the comments. And I had, I guess, 2 comments and a question. I think one of the other changes that I would note in public education in Shrewsbury in the last number of years, certainly it differs from when I started having children in schools, is the transference of cost onto the parents as payers. The transportation funding that we now do, if we want to have busing, if we're not within outside of a certain area, and the increase in the student activity and athletic fees. So I think it's really important to note that as part of this, there are residents in the town who are paying more for public education, and they are the ones who have students in the schools. And it is not for activities that are above and beyond. It is for the baseline things such as getting to school and being part of the school activities and athletic opportunities, which is certainly an important part of our students' education. So I just think it's important to always note that, because I think sometimes, unless you actually are a parent writing a check or sending in money, that you don't see that easily. So wanted to note that. Secondly, I think that the mental health needs, everything certainly that I've been seeing on the state level and been a part of is coming off of the pandemic, certainly, but even before that, and it was mentioned earlier, such an increase in the needs of our students and in the needs of our educators to help identify and see things that are happening with students, which is not something that many years ago was certainly as prevalent. So one question I would have for you is about what else are we putting in place for this coming year, and is any of that dependent on funding that would come out of a positive override, or will this be baseline needs that will be responded to either way? And then my second question, I continue to see and hear from parents whose children want to get a vocational education and they are unable to get into Assabet, and just wanting to know, what are we doing as a district to ensure that we are able to help students in their identified path as the best way to get educated and ready for either immediate entry into the workforce or on to some continuing education level. How are we ensuring that path is going to be available to them?
Sure. If it's okay, I'll take those in reverse order. In terms of the demand, and I just as an aside comment, I think the Commonwealth would do very well to invest more money in actually expanding opportunities for vocational technical education. We know that's an incredibly successful approach that is used in Massachusetts, probably the best state in the nation when it comes to the quality of vocational technical education. But the slots are limited. And we know that not every student who wants to attend Assabet Valley Technical High School is able to. One of the things that we instituted a few years back, I think it's first important to say that we're not going to be able to replicate what that would look like, obviously, because that's a very specialized kind of program. A number of years back, however, we started adding some courses at the high school under the Project Lead the Way program umbrella, which is we partner with WPI. There's a lot of courses focused on whether that's computer-assisted drawing, robotics, other kinds of engineering, very hands-on kinds of courses that would be good preparation for the kinds of industry we tend to see now around higher-end manufacturing and that sort of thing in the state. And those are exactly the kind of elective courses, frankly, that are jeopardized when we don't have enough staffing. Beyond that, we have made some initial inroads, and it's part of our strategic planning work that sort of was put on hold this year, past year, but to try to develop more opportunities for high school students relative to internships, job shadowing, things that would expose high school students to get a better idea of areas of the work world that they might be interested in. So those are some things that we have been doing. And of course, we do think that just the core academic program that we're providing for students in the character development, all those things obviously we're preparing students well, regardless of whether they go into higher education or directly into work or the military. When it comes to mental health pieces, we did add, as part of our strategic work over the past few years, we had added some positions relative to adjustment counseling positions at our elementary schools for the first time. We increased the number of those positions at our middle school level. We added them at the high school for the first time beyond just our school psychologists there. We added a program both at the high school and at Sherwood Middle School, which we're looking to help bridge actually over to Oak Middle School next year as well. That's modeled. It's actually essentially it's modeled after the Bright program out of Brookline, which provides opportunities for students who might be recovering from being out of school for some time, whether that's because they had a concussion or whether that's because they actually had a very difficult mental health situation that required them to be hospitalized, and make sure that there's a therapeutic kind of approach to help them return to school and be supported well in school. An override yes vote allows us to maintain all those things. None of those things are on the reduction list because we just don't feel that we could do that given the circumstances. I think in terms of short term, as we assess where kids are, if we need some additional mental health support in the coming year, I believe likely we'll be looking at some contracted service in terms of anything that's out of the ordinary because of the pandemic. But looking at whether or not we need to beef up further our personnel when it comes to mental health, or whether it's refining the kinds of supports and programming we provide. We're also looking at we've introduced in a way, introducing advisory programming at the middle and the high school level, using the Character Strong program. So when you think of sort of a tiered approach, what's the first tier that everybody gets in terms of supports, a second tier where students might need a little bit more, and then a third tier where kids need very intensive kinds of interventions. We are looking at that in a sort of a holistic way. So I think we've made some good progress. We're going to maintain that, and I think that we need to continue to look carefully at how we can partner with other outside groups such as Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services to make sure that we're providing who we work with their interns each year to provide some services for students. So there's a variety of things we'll continue to look at.
Mm-hmm. And I just like to comment on that as well, because I think that is part of our the 5-year strategic goals. We did talk about well-being of student and staff and mental health concerns. I think that is definitely part of the school committee's concerns, especially after the pandemic, as students and staff come back into the classroom. We definitely have that as a top priority, and the vocational schools is an issue for us. I received a call yesterday from someone who was talking about the ASAPIT piece was rolling out yesterday afternoon. And I do agree with Dr. Sawyer. I think it's a state and a federal concern. I know back in 2018, after the midterm elections, there was some talk about, I think it was from Speaker Pelosi with the Rebuild America School Act, that more money was going to be brought into the schools. And I don't think that is really pushing forward. And I hope that's something that can happen, because there is a need, especially for vocational schools. Towns and cities aren't building them because they are so expensive. We know what it is to even build, for us, an elementary school. So I hope that's something that can be pushed forward. There is a need for vocational schools for students.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think in the last number of years, that has been a priority at the state level as well, in terms of investment into the vocational schools, and certainly into also ensuring that the vocational schools have the latest equipment, so that when students are there, they're working on things that are actually being used in companies, not getting the hand-me-downs that are 20 years old that have no relevance in the workplace today. But I do think it's a priority as well. And I think it's good to hear that it is also a priority for us as a district, because I don't actually think that is the way it is everywhere. And I think that here we recognize the value of all levels of education and paths to a future for kids. So I think that's an excellent distinction that we have.
Okay, thank you. Vikram?
Thank you, Judy. First of all, my sincerest thanks to Dr. Sawyer and Mr. Collins, Ms. Rich, and the entire school committee for that very succinct and very precise presentation, which basically covers, we've discussed it a lot, and we don't need to get, I don't need to get into more details about that, but I'd just like to start with a quote from one of my most favorite individuals from history, Ben Franklin, who said that an investment in knowledge pays off the best interest. I think that it came up during the last override that we had 4 or 5 years ago also, that there were a lot of studies that correlated the quality of schools. I can't quote them at this moment, but they correlated the quality of schools with the social and economic interest of that, the growth of that society in the long term. So what Mr. Collins, one of the comments that Mr. Collins made really did strike me, that today in today's society, our society now considers the needs of each and every child, irrespective of whether it's basically vocational skills that we just talked about, increasing their vocational skills, or advanced math, or the liberal arts, or their special needs. So that reflects growth in our society, and I share Dr. Sawyer's and Mr. Murray's confidence and positive thoughts that our town will rise to the occasion and support the needs of our school committee. I'd like to also add that I do have 2 children in the school system, and I have nothing but respect and confidence in the vision of our school committee and the articulation of their needs. So I also want to say that I said it before, that I'm very confident the town will rise to the occasion and will get this. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I would like to comment on the vocational side of that and echo how important that is. And I do agree with the comments that Rep. Kane made about the fact that make sure that they have, state of the art equipment. But I do agree that is something that's extremely important in educational systems, and I do think it does take a investment from the federal and the state to make that happen, because they are extremely expensive investments. But I was fortunate to have a son that benefited from Assabet, and he went on to get a mechanical engineering degree and did very well academically. So vocational schools are not the vocational schools of the past. They also provide a very good academic situation. They have AP courses, just like our high school has AP, but they also bring in the vocational. So it really is, but it's a different style of learning, and it really works well for some children. My younger son, did much better in school being involved with vocational schools. So I do urge that we continue to talk about this, but I do think that this is something that needs to be funded and invested in from the federal and the state level. I guess the other thing that I wanted to add, and I think it's like the slides that were pretty much at the top of the presentation, where this override is different. It's different than anything that we've talked about in the past. And I think it's not just, oh, here we go again. This is a way to bring in stability and predictability. And I think that, when we went through the detailed budget, we went back and we looked at, we'd have increases, and then we'd have decreases, and then we'd have increases, and we'd have decreases. And if anybody who works in an unstable environment where people are being, constantly shuffled, you don't know what's going to happen next year. The program you're working on, is it going to be there? Are you going to be there? Are your colleagues going to be there? I mean, that's really no way that's not good for the work environment. And then also, how do you plan? How can you concentrate on, value added services? You really can't. And what this will allow is that stability. And that's what makes this override different. And what makes this a strategic override with a strategic plan. is that stability and predictability. So I think some of those early slides that you made really made some great points. And that's not just for the school side, that's also on the municipal side. So this is town-wide. It creates predictability and, so anyways, enough said on that, but I just wanted to underscore, because I think it's worth it to say this override is important, and it's different, and it's problem solving, not just a surgical come in, let's infuse some cash, and then we'll be right back into the same boat, 1 or 2 years later. So with that, are there any comments or questions from the Board of Selectmen? I'm not seeing any questions or comments from the public. And Beth.
Thank you, Judy. I appreciate it. You have said just about, I think, everything that I would have wanted to say, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the school committee, Dr. Sawyer and Mr. Collins, for their partnership and their collaboration in bringing forth this plan for the community. I know that it's been said before, but I think it is worth repeating that this is so different from 2014 because it really is a long-term sustainable solution for the community, so that we aren't constantly having that phenomenon where your older child goes to school and has one set of programs and opportunities, and then 2 years later or 3 years later, your second child goes to school and it looks completely different. That uncertainty is smoothed out. And the same for municipal services, where someone who moved here 10 years ago and someone who moves here today can expect the same level of service. So I just want to thank everyone who worked on this collaboration, and just encourage people to visit the town website, take a look at the information that's out there, and be informed when you make your decision on May 4th.
Thank you. And I see our first public comment, Teresa Flynn.
Hi there, thank you. Teresa Flynn, I live in Precinct 7. Wanted to.
Can anyone else hear Teresa?
Teresa, your audio is not. So it looks like she's having some technical difficulties. We'll give her a moment. While we're waiting for Teresa, is there any other comments from the public? I don't see any. Teresa, we were having trouble with your audio, so.
Clearly I was too. Can everyone hear me now?
Yes.
I'm so sorry about that. So just quickly, I wanted to agree that there's been a lot of great work and transparency, so I also thank all of you. I do want to know, I think that there are those in our community that will continue to struggle to understand the percentage of town revenue that goes to schools and why costs increase at a rate that exceeds general inflation. So I think the ongoing conversation and community education is really important, even if an override is passed. I do want to note that, if we consider that educators and specifically teachers are key to the student experience and our outcomes, I'd like to understand how our salaries and compensation compare to surrounding communities or comparable communities, and specifically, are we competitive or are we disadvantaged? And overall, do we anticipate any challenges with ongoing staffing or retaining top talent in our schools?
I know if I can start. For the school committee, we are concerned with attracting and retaining staff because we're the only community that we know of dealing with this issue right now. This is our budget issues certainly were compounded by the COVID pandemic, but they were not created by the COVID pandemic. This issue existed last year and the year before that. So as a community, we know in 14, when we had the budget issues, we did lose some staff because they were concerned, what was going to happen long term? Were we going to lose more teachers? So they left and went to other districts. So at this point, we are definitely concerned with attracting and retaining staff going forward. As far as salaries, we are competitive. We definitely are around the midpoints that when we look at contracts when we're in negotiations. We do labor market surveys just to see where we fall. But we're always around the midpoint for salaries. We are not overpaying our staff. I know sometimes we do get that criticism. Our teachers are paid too much. Our teachers are not paid too much. I think we have a very hard-working staff, especially during COVID. I will say that, but we pay around the midpoint. And Mr. Collins, you may be able to give more specifics around that.
Sure, I'll be happy to do that. And I'll just point to our budget document, which is on our website that was referenced earlier, the 68-page document, if you will. On page 65 of that document is a chart of fiscal 19 average teacher salary comparison. And it puts all of the surrounding communities into a chart and really supports what Mrs. Fritz just said, that Shrewsbury's right there in the midpoint with an average teacher salary in that year, excuse me, of $79,814. Excuse me, but it is an issue that, of course, like any organization, regardless of where you work, to your point, Ms. Flynn, we want to make sure that we are providing salaries and benefits that both attract and retain talented individuals. And I did want to also just remark that, on page 21 of that budget document, there's a chart that was suggested, I forget from whom, from maybe another board member, showing the distribution or allocation of the town's annual budget and how much of it goes to schools and how much of it goes to all other municipal departments. This chart is produced on an annual basis by the town accountant, Mary Thompson. This is not a school department chart. This is our town accountant doing this. And when you look at that chart, and you look at fiscal 09, you'll see that at that time, the school department allocation represented 48% of the overall town budget. In fiscal 21, it's 47%. So kind of this mythology that the school department budget keeps rising faster than everything else is really just that, a myth. And that line, that distribution is really even across that time span. So that's just another piece of factual information that we wanted to publish and make sure that we communicate so that we can kind of dispel some of these myths.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the public? Okay. Well, at this point, I want to thank you very much for joining. Oh, Dennis, I see you got your hand up.
Yeah, I had one comment on the competitiveness of the salaries. You're saying they're in the midpoint. I'm not sure I'd call that very competitive. I mean, that's right in the middle. That's right there. So just want to make sure that's correct, that we are in the midpoint. We're not overpaying our teachers. We're not at a salary rate where people want to definitely come here over other schools for the salary.
I think Mr. O'Connell makes a good point. In terms of the, on the same page that Mr. Collins referenced, where that average teacher salary statistic is, it also, again, out of just transparency, it shows the teacher salary chart for the next fiscal year. And I think when you look at competitiveness, you're looking at, what are new teachers paid, what are mid-career teachers paid, what are veteran teachers paid, and that is something that obviously candidates are going to be looking at when they're comparing school districts, and especially those who are in demand. And I can say that certainly in my experience in Shrewsbury, we really have not had difficulty attracting people, and often, Barb Malone, the executive director of human resources, and I meet with every professional level candidate as the final meeting, and when I make the formal appointment to them, and often we'll ask candidates what made them interested in Shrewsbury. And I think, like a lot of us learned at some point in our training, salary is often what's considered a quote unquote hygiene factor, that if it's not high enough, you may not attract people, or if it's not high enough, you may get morale issues when people compare themselves to where other people doing the same job other places are making, and could cause people to leave. And it never has been a situation where someone's saying, boy, I'm really reluctant to come here because I don't think the salary is competitive. I think it's been competitive with similar districts in our geographic area, although not the highest. I think it's been competitive. But what I almost always hear is that they're very excited about coming to Shrewsbury because of the reputation of the professional opportunities that educators have here. Their access to quality school buildings that the community has been supporting since the late 1990s, access to technology, access to other high-performing and dedicated educators with whom they'll be able to collaborate, a very supportive parent community, students who are just top-notch in terms of not only, again, their interest and desire and motivation academically, but frankly, we've had a lot of anecdotal evidence that we just have a terrific school culture for kids. And when we have people visit from outside, whether those are presenters or other educators and whatnot, everyone inevitably comments about how respectful our school environments are. All those things are a package that educators are looking at. And what certainly we started to see for the first time just prior to the 2014 override, where people starting to question and looking at, you know what, I'm not sure if there's going to be this much instability and my job might be on the line. And we did see some flight. We saw some flight a couple of years after the override, and we had some positions that were slated for reduction if we didn't have enough money, and some young, very talented educators moved on to other local districts because it was the second year in a row that they had to worry about whether they were going to have a job at the end of the budget cycle. So I think the stability that this override on May 4th will provide, I think it will enable us to continue. The school committee always does an excellent job of working and partnering with the Shrewsbury Education Association, for our Teachers Association for our collective bargaining, our Paraprofessional Association for collective bargaining, to make sure that we are providing compensation that is competitive, but also it's a big picture of all the things that we provide that make Shrewsbury an excellent place to practice your profession and to make an impact. And if we don't get this override, that is going to be much harder case to make. And I do worry a lot about retaining, and I worry a lot about attracting high quality educators and support staff to come to our district if we do not have a successful override on May 4th.
Thank you. Sandy, do you have some closing comments?
Sure. Thank you, Judy. The school committee and the school department is deeply concerned about the current fiscal issues facing our schools. And we do believe that the current budget situation and reduction plan will result in an educational impact that is actually worse than the situation prior to the one in 2014 due to the previous budget program and staff reductions. We do understand that some in the community will find an increase in taxes difficult, but as elected school committee members, we must advocate for funding in order to meet the educational needs of all students. The operational stabilization override model presented by Mr. Mizikar provides the short and long-term solution this community needs. It will solve the current budget gap and provide reliable, stable, and predictable source of funding for operations and provision of educational services across our entire student population. It will also enable us to open the New Vale School, a promise made to the voters of Shrewsbury when they approved the project in November of 2018. The school committee recently had the opportunity to tour the building. It is an amazing building, and it will provide long-term use for the entire school community as well as the community of Shrewsbury. On May 4th, the voters of Shrewsbury have the opportunity to change how we deal with the yearly budget uncertainty and long-term structural deficit issue. Shrewsbury values education, and I do believe the voters of our town will not allow the educational services to be further dismantled. Finally, I would like to take this time to publicly thank Dr. Sawyer and Mr. Collins for their tireless work over the past year. The logistical challenges presented by the COVID pandemic have been tremendous. They, along with the entire leadership team and the Shrewsbury Public Schools staff, have risen to this unprecedented challenge, which has been presented in order to provide students with the best possible services. As school committee members, we have had the behind the scenes opportunity to see the sheer amount of work that they have done, weekends, vacations, day in and day out. I cannot stress the amount of work. We used to think that the budget was the big issue. We never thought that a pandemic would come along and supersede that. This has been an unbelievable year, and I cannot thank them enough on behalf of the entire committee for the work that they have been doing. So I want to thank you, Dr. Sawyer and Mr. Collins, for everything that you have done for us as a school committee and for the entire student population. Thank you to the Finance Committee for your time today, your attention, and your support of our fiscal year 2022 budget and the $9.5 million override. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much, and definitely echo the amount of work really in the planning from the entire school, the school committee, the school department, the town, for different scenarios in the planning. It really has been amazing, and a lot of hard work. So I think your statements are well said. So again, at this point, then I will thank you for your presentation. And Mr. Mizikar, can we move on to some other budget areas before?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was wondering if the committee may benefit from like a 10-minute break and reconvene at 11 a.m. and we can go through the town manager's stuff that was originally scheduled for 12:45, and that should line us up for an 11:45 or 12 o'clock lunch break, and we can then even resume the afternoon a little earlier than the schedule provides. So
Excellent. So I know I would benefit from a break. Do we need a motion, or can we just declare?
I think you have the right to
just take a break.
Judy.
Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll be back, please, at 11 sharp, though.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I have 11 a.m. So if we can, Mr. Mizikar, I see you're back with us. So if we can now proceed, please.
great, thank you. So we're going to pick up in the schedule that was originally targeted for 2:45 this afternoon. So it's continues in the administration and finance area, and we're going to start with debt service. Debt service for fiscal 22 is a little bit higher than fiscal year 21. The most significant change is the public safety radio system and the police station itself. That debt will have its first principal and interest payment in July of 2021. So for the new fiscal year, about $11.2 million of this debt is of the new debt is provided in a direct payment from Cellcom. And that covers their costs for their fiber to the home project. So this is all this new debt is not taxpayer supported, which we talked about during those borrowing authorization questions at the annual town meeting last year. Obviously bringing on the police station project and those additional projects have increased it, but we still continue to use a declining debt service model where fiscal 22 will be the peak of our debt service, and then it will decline year over year into the future. Fiscal year 22 is also the last year that the high school will be under repayment. It will be fully paid off in fiscal year 22. And while the total payments for the high school are about $2.9 million, the savings within the budget are only about $300,000 of that because it falls under the former school building authority model, where the state helps pay debt service rather than pay an upfront grant to offset the costs. So you will see a significant downward trend in fiscal year 23 because that goes away, but the tax impact won't be quite the significance of paying off the school. As I also noted, whenever we talked about the master balance sheet, we will be paying off in total the remaining debt service of about $34,000 for a Title V septic loan program to residents. Those are funds outside of the tax levy, so there's no tax levy impact on that. That'll clean up that debt. And then we are also refunding the bonds for the Sherwood School that were issued in 2011, so 10 years ago, if you can believe that. And we held a bond rating call, the assistant manager, myself, town accountant Thompson, and treasurer collector Gaudette at the beginning of actually 2 weeks ago with Standard & Poor's. And I'm very pleased to inform the committee that yesterday afternoon we were affirmed in AAA bond status by Standard & Poor's. So that's our third time to receive that AAA. And with the refunding that will occur within the coming weeks and be signed off on the Board of Selectmen on April 27th at their meeting, we anticipate, given the market conditions and our AAA rating, that we'll save about $1.7 million over the next 10 years in total interest in the Sherwood repayment. So we're very, very proud of that AAA bond rating and pleased to report that. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the debt and interest budget. Any projects that you see or anything related to the utilities are funded through the utility rates. And there's only a few other projects that are not excluded from Proposition 2.5. But if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Michigar. That's really great news about the bond rating. So thank you for sharing that with us. I see that Mr. Adler has his hand up.
Yes, hi. Just can you explain to me, because I don't know what it was, it's paid off apparently, the Assabet River Consortium costs. It's clearly one of the lowest costs on the budget, and it's a zero for this year going, for going forward. But can you tell us what the costs were and what that was about, please?
Sure. So that was I believe it was a sewer improvement project. It was either a water or sewer project that was funded through those rates. I can get that answer for you over the lunch break, but it was a water or sewer improvement project, so there's no impact on the tax rate for this.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Yep.
Any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? And if you've just joined us, please use the raised hand feature to ask a question. Okay, I'm not seeing any, then thank you for that. And I guess we'll move on now to the Personnel Board.
Yep. So the Personnel Board is, of course, a 3-member body that's appointed by the town moderator. And we utilize their budget and their management of that budget in really 3 key areas. The first is providing general professional improvement opportunities to town staff. So this goes to fund training opportunities, more substantial training opportunities. One example that comes to mind is Assistant Town Manager Lass attended a week-long leadership development program that's public sector oriented at the University of Virginia last January. We've sent actually 4 members of our management team are wrapping up emerging leader or leadership development program with a consultant this spring. We have a couple more going into a next round. And we send any new managers to that course, and then we also utilize training that's offered through the Massachusetts Municipal Association, really 2 or 3 key programs. It includes their supervisory leadership development program, which is kind of the next level that we provide in training to our supervisors. And then the Massachusetts Municipal Association partners with Suffolk University in both a finance certificate and a local government leadership master's level certificate program for those interested in just higher level education on municipal operations, policies, finances, governance, things like that. So that's what those professional improvement services funds. And then the Finance Committee is familiar with what you see in the $48,000 line item, which is our sick leave buyback program, where employees who do not use their sick leave have the option to buy back. The town buys back up to 1 week per year. And then, of course, new salary schedules is where we budget for cost of living increases and any anticipated increase in contracts which are under negotiation and not settled prior to the fiscal year and the establishment of the budget. There is some change between the three projections here. Fiscal projection 1 provides for roughly across the board 2 to 2.25% room on a bottom line salary basis for those various cost of living, performance, and contract changes. And then fiscal projection 3 provides up to 2.5%. So the town is currently transitioning, as we've talked about in the spring of 2019. Town meeting granted the personnel board the full authority over the classification and compensation system. And we have moved from a longevity or tenure-based compensation system where employees were granted more than cost of living increases based on the time that they were in their position. And we are transitioning into a performance-based system where they're awarded not just for time in the position, but beyond cost of living for their performance. Throughout the course of the last 18 months, with the assistance of the Human Resources Coordinator, Christina Anderson, and the Assistant Town Manager, Kristen Lass, we have now implemented goals at the individual employee level. So we now have goals from the Board of Selectmen level, the town manager level, department-wide level, and then individual employees. Starting this spring, we've established a new performance cycle from April 1st through March 31st of each year, where employees will be assessed whether they fail to meet expectations, exceed expectation, or go above and beyond that. And awards would be made on those. It's a very new system for us. It's not a traditional municipal system, and we're still working out all the details. However, some of those cost increases would be one-time cost increases, and some may be base salary increases, where if, for instance, in a given fiscal year, the cost of living increases projected to require about 1.5%, employee who exceeds expectations may receive an additional 1/4 or 0.5% because of that performance. So that's what the Personnel Board budget covers. Provides us flexibility in all those areas and covers those core costs to manage the health and improvement, or I guess the professional health and improvement of our employees.
Thank you. I applaud the implementation of goals and performance reviews. I think that's an excellent step. I see that Mark Adler has his hand up.
Thank you, Judy. So, Kevin, and I don't know if Teresa wants to jump in on this, but so I want to learn a little bit more about how the new salary schedules line works in the personnel budget, in the personnel board budget. So when we are going to hire, let's say, a new a new principal assessor, does the increase or the decrease in that salary line, like we saw at the town clerk's office, does that go to their budget or does that come through here? Or am I missing the whole purpose of it?
Nope. So this personnel budget really funds the cost of living, and in some instances we budget, for vacation buyback if we have an employee that we know is going to retire. And they have 3 or 4 weeks of vacation on the books, we pay that out through here as to not impact the operating budget and cause a spike year over year. The budgets, the individual department budgets, we do our best to account for any anticipated increases in salary because of staffing changes right within those. So there was a decrease, for instance, in the town clerk this year, the COA director in the previous year. Those funds do not return to the personnel board. They're just utilized in other ways throughout the overall budget.
So if I understand it, then this new salary schedules line is there, I guess, to give some flexibility for when you need to put a boost in for some reason or another.
Yeah, that boost is primarily a cost of living increase for non-union staff. For instance, a 2% cost of a living increase for non-union staff, across the board, is about $140,000, $150,000 a year. So that's the primary use of that new salaries line item. We wait for the personnel board to make their decision on what the appropriate cost of living adjustment is. And that often occurs in late April or early May. And therefore, we're already through this process in most years and just do not want to attribute that amount within the individual budgets till after the meeting. So it does provide that flexibility.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions from the Finance Committee? Not seeing any additional questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen. Not seeing any questions or comments from the public. And if you have just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions or additional questions or comments on the Personnel Board. So thank you very much. And I guess at this point, we Selectmen. Thank you.
Great. Madam Chair, I know there are members of the Board of Selectmen on who may want to provide additional comment, but I'd be happy to introduce their budget. First and foremost, I just want to take the opportunity to thank the Board of Selectmen. I know there's a lot of praise that was given to myself individually, as well as the board in the conversation with the school committee. But, the Board of Selectmen is the leadership of the community that provides the guidance and policy support that we need. We spent many meetings outside of their traditional schedule this year in order to put in that multi-board plan and the strategic direction to have a stabilization account. And I just want to acknowledge them. Their guidance and leadership in that is clear and evident, and very supportive to myself directly, the assistant town manager, and our entire staff. And we can't thank them enough for that. Their budget is a rather small aspect of the normal budget process. It's $24,510 in the baseline. And if I pivot to fiscal projection 3, well, the budget in general provides a very small stipend and mileage reimbursement for them. It also provides for the town's general dues and memberships in several statewide organizations, including the Massachusetts Municipal Association. They have funding in this year's budget and carried forward into fiscal year 22 for the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Task Force and supporting those important efforts. The main change between fiscal 1, 2, and 3 for fiscal projection 3 is $99,200, which is a separate appropriation that would provide for multi-year funding for strategic planning purposes. This would be the opportunity for the Board of Selectmen to lead several aspects of strategic planning, assemble appropriate consultants, and engage in meaningful dialogue with the community about the future direction of the community. This is really a continuation of the planning and development work that the Board of Selectmen has done over the last several years to put goals into place and be more, have a vision and commitment to long-term planning as they set the priorities that are needed for the operation of the municipal departments. So I don't know if Chair Cassavant wants to say anything, but that's an overview of their budget.
Thank you, Mr. Mizikar. No, I think that you summed it up very well. I think one of the things that I'm most looking forward to being able to do in the coming year with the passage of the override, if it is successful, is that strategic planning. That was something that we were poised to begin a year ago when we left our budget hearings, and then the world shut down and our priorities needed to shift. But I really do think it's imperative now that we take that opportunity, if it is given to us, to be able to go out and talk to the community about what it is they would like to see from their local government outside of just the basics. Because I do think that the community does often have expectations that we either aren't aware of, or we aren't making them the priority in the way that the community might like to see. And so that's something that I certainly hope we can get moving on if the override is successful.
Thank you. Thank you, Beth. Are there any other comments from the Board of Selectmen? Okay. Don't see any others. So are there questions from the Finance Committee? Questions or comments? Not seeing it. Dennis O'Connell.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick on that $99,000 multi-year planning. What would that be for? That be for holding surveys? You know, how is that going to be used?
So first of all, it's for multiple years. So our separate appropriation line item, or what's known as our 9 accounts, are line items that don't expire at the end of the fiscal year, just like everything else. So if, let's say, within the 4, 5, 6 areas, the expense area, if the Board of Selectmen would only spend $14,000, then the $130,000 would go to free cash. Our separate appropriation line items are specifically designated for multi-year projects. So you're not going to see this line requested year over year. This is a kind of a initial year and a 3 to 5 year planning process. It would be used for a variety of events to be determined, but could include community surveys, community engagement events, consultants that specialize in strategic planning and to coordinate performance measurement systems associated with multi-year strategic planning. I think it'll be important for sometime in the near future, as we undertake this, is for myself and the board to have a dialogue with the Finance Committee and show some models about how other municipalities throughout the country do strategic planning and the public dashboards that they utilize, the goals that they set, and their really long-term vision statements. So it's probably a little bit of an unknown. It's certainly something that's not done in a lot of Massachusetts municipalities and hasn't been done here in Shrewsbury in the past, but this funding would be the seed for that multi-year planning effort for those types of activities.
Okay, okay, thank you for clarifying that. So this is really a one-time, at this point, fee to be used over multiple years to bring Shrewsbury a strategic vision of for the whole town.
That's correct.
Okay, that sounds good.
Mark Adler.
Thank you, Judy. Going off of Dennis's question, you'd said, Kevin, that the Finance Committee might be involved in this planning. Can you elaborate on that? Because we haven't been very involved as much as told about it after the fact. Can you let us know how we might be involved and how we could get more participation, please?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, my comments from before is just, updating the Finance Committee on the general process and what the Board of Selectmen has really been discussing, behind the scenes, and trying to, understand what my thoughts are on this topic over the last 3 or 4 years. Certainly the Finance Committee would have a voice in the process throughout the community engagement. Beyond just general public engagement, there'd be, strategic conversations from financial aspects, financial planning, things that you obviously have a clear governance role and advisory role to town meeting on. So, there would be that type of engagement. I just think that, we haven't had the opportunity to kind of share that vision of a more strategic approach to our operations with any boards, because it just hasn't come to fruition yet.
Well, thank you. I think that's a great idea. I think bringing the Finance Committee in on long-term planning, I mean, frankly, short-term planning, but I'll settle for the long-term planning, is certainly a great way to show the confidence in this organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adler, for your comments. I agree wholeheartedly. I would hope that the Finance Committee would be woven more into the planning and discussion. And I think putting together a dashboard would certainly be helpful to not just the finance committee, but for communicating with the full community. Any other questions or comments from the finance committee? Okay, any questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen? Any further questions or comments from the public? And again, if you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand. Beth, your hand is up. I don't know if that's left over. Okay, thank you. All right. No, that's okay. I just didn't want to not call on you if you wanted to speak again. So I don't see any hands from the public. So at this point, then we will move on to the town manager's budget.
Great. Thank you. I'm pleased to be able to provide an opportunity to talk about the Office of the Town Manager and the incredible work that we do. We certainly have staff that the Finance Committee obviously knows that the Office of the Board of Selectmen and the Town Manager are intertwined and commonly used in referring to each other. So we have staff that directly support the Board of Selectmen and Town Manager's office, and we work very well together as a team. So it's important to acknowledge the folks that we have in our office. We have Principal Department Assistant Valerie Clemmy, Administrative Assistant Alex Martinez, which the Finance Committee is very familiar with, and her work with this committee. Christina Anderson, our Human Resources Coordinator, and the Assistant Town Manager, Kristen Lass. Up until really the Finance Committee hearings last year, we had David Snowden, who was in the Management Analyst position. He's been promoted into the DPW. So we have some changes upcoming in the Town Manager's office for fiscal year 22 and the end of fiscal year 21. With the promotion of Mr. Snowden, Ms. Martinez will be moving into the Assistant to the Town Manager Management Analyst position. Recently Valerie Clemmy was promoted to the Assistant Town Clerk's position in concert with Sharon Thomas's promotion to the Town Clerk. So she's backfilling. We'll be leaving our office, unfortunately. I have to thank Valerie for her dedicated work to the Board of Selectmen. She serves that board directly and was integral in this team approach that we take. So we're currently recruiting and going through the interview process for both the administrative assistant position and the principal department assistant to the Board of Selectmen. So look forward to introducing those folks to you in the future once they're selected. The office is really an incredible group of individuals. We also now have Nick Hawes, who is our new benefits administrator, benefits coordinator, as we talked about before when we touched on it in the Treasurer Collector's office. Mr. Hawes comes to the town with 5 years experience with the Kraft Group in benefits administration, and we look forward to his energy and approach as we build out the team for future and in meeting the needs of our employees. So the office, is kind of a leader whenever it comes to the performance-based approach, and that we've had goals in place for each individual employee for over a year now. And we meet regularly, but not as often as I would like, either through weekly meetings or at least quarterly team-wide meetings to discuss the approach and manage everything. It's been a little hectic being down staff and given the challenges of COVID, but the team performs wonderfully. I'll just talk about a few key areas for the department over the last year. First and foremost was the coronavirus disease response. A big tip of the hat goes to the Assistant Town Manager, Kristen Lass, on this. She's handled day-to-day operations. I'd probably say minute-by-minute operations for the town's coronavirus response. She has the lead on that. She's the town's primary interface, especially given her leadership role with the Central Mass Regional Public Health Alliance and interfacing with that team. She does the daily reporting, monitoring, advising, pushing, pulling when it comes to things like vaccine administration, case counts, notifications to the community, internal notifications to how we're going to staff the departments, when we're going to have the public return, how many people are allowed in each office space. Just a tremendous amount of work. And of course, we didn't take anything off of her plate whenever we gave her those additional duties. So my huge thanks to Kristen for her work in that. Certainly a wonderful service to the town that she's provided. The Beal Elementary School project is something that we, manage from our office and receive great support from the Public Buildings Division Manager, Keith Baldinger, on. That project is now nearing 80% completed from a construction basis. Is on schedule to be turned over through substantial completion to the town on May 28th, and it is under budget. I'm still very pleasantly surprised that we borrowed roughly about 92% of the funds that we thought we were going to have to borrow, but given the trajectory of this project, the fact that we've only used about 1% of the overall contingency means that we should not have to borrow again for that project. That impact will mean millions of dollars that aren't incurred in debt, and hundreds of thousands of dollars over the next 20 years that do not provide an upward pressure on the tax rate. So it's a really good story. Police and municipal feasibility study, the assistant town manager has the lead on this project. She is my designee on the committee and has skillfully worked to bring that from design and now actual field work, including test pits and initial analysis for that new station to have its groundbreaking coming up in the spring and construction to start in the fall. With regards to economic development, there's been a lot of work on town center initiatives, visioning with planning and economic development. The Route 20 corridor redevelopment improvement project is something that the town manager's office has our hands directly on. It's a critical project that we provide support and assistance through with our Mass Works grant that's managed by the assistant town manager. And we look forward to construction beginning on those public improvements at the intersection of Route 20 and Lake Street this coming summer. With regards to financial management, again, as I mentioned earlier, very pleased that we've maintained a AAA bond rating despite 2 rating calls during the pandemic and during a time of decreased revenues. There hasn't been a single point in time that we haven't been transparent with Standard & Poor's about the challenges we're facing, but they continue to applaud our approach to how we're managing those challenges and maintain the general reserve and operating position of the town despite the challenges that we face. And finally, just want to touch on human resources. As I mentioned before, it's only been a few years that we've had dedicated human resource coordinator staff, despite the fact that the municipal side has over 250 employees. That used to be managed. Every position that was posted was either done by a department or by the assistant town manager or by the town manager, and it was kind of a committee of the whole, which was a very poor approach to recruiting and retaining, onboarding, and helping with exiting staff. Having dedicated human resources has been critical, especially during COVID times, and providing adequate notification and safety protocols for all of employees. In addition to that, it's been an exciting year with the hiring of 36 full-time positions and 55 part-time positions. Those were created due to resignations and retirements, and I'll just touch on a couple of that list. During calendar year 2020 included the police chief, a police lieutenant, police sergeant, several patrolmen, public safety dispatchers, special police officers, a fire captain, fire lieutenants, firefighters, a library director, several administrative assistant positions, assistant library director position, director of council on aging, several van drivers, an assistant building inspector, benefits coordinator position, and several election workers. So thanks to Christina Anderson for her leadership in that area. So again, I'm just really super proud of the town manager's office and board of selectmen office team as we service the community to try to put departments in the best position to provide the highest level of services. With regards to looking forward in the future of the office, as I mentioned before, we're proposing one significant change. As you may know, Assistant Town Manager Loss has direct responsibility, coordinate, and oversight over community development and human services aspects of our organization. And we're proposing an second assistant town manager for administration and finance to oversee IT, treasurer collector, assessor, accountant, and human resources. I see this as the completion of a senior executive management team that will include the Department of Public Works director, these two assistant town manager positions, and the chief of police and the fire chief. That would be the critical executive level team with departments throughout the organization reporting into each one of those levels, with obviously the town manager having direct responsibility over the day-to-day operations of the entire town. I don't need to tell the finance committee that we're a growing and dynamic community. I see this as a strategic opportunity to introduce this position to provide better internal support to enable improved service delivery to residents. We've done a significant amount of work over the previous years to introduce technology, and how we provide services to our residents. But we've only scratched the surface of what we're really able to do with that. So we have, financial software, assessing software, storefront software like permitting and licensing software. And we're struggling on the back end to provide coordination, data management, optimization of those things. The assistant town manager for administration and finance would be responsible for the integration of all the processes of these operations, along with direct responsibilities and oversight over the creation of the budget and the implementation of fiscal management policies and directives. So that position is, the key change. We also, of course, in the budget have funding for the continuation of the benefits coordinator position. I'll just pause there before I go on and talk about the grants and any other details in the budget to see if the committee has any questions about my comments thus far.
Actually, I have a question. If I understand that you use a lot of technology, obviously, to support your functional areas that you talked about. But when I look at the range of areas of responsibility, IT seems a little bit of an outlier from the other four departments. I'm talking about this new position. So is that more coordination with IT through Selco, or could you expand on a little bit of what makes up that IT box? Because I kind of see that as very different skill set than the other areas, but it may just be a functional IT area.
Yeah, so it is, so it would remain the responsibility of Greg Honorato, the IT director. So that would be his department and crew that would be working there. It's more of a functional concept of ensuring integration of IT policy and architecture across all town departments, and ensuring that there is clear guidance and direction that we would give whenever we upgrade these software systems and consider new technologies and bring them on. I think in the past, because IT isn't is technically an outsourced service, there hasn't been the type of integration that we've really needed to ensure that what the rules of the game are whenever we either upgrade software or introduce a new topic, and who's going to use it, who's not going to use it, who's forced to use it, things like that. So it's really that functional integration that I think fits best under the A&F area.
So just kind of a nuance to the question then. Granted, it's outsourced to Selco. Are there any people that are on the town that work directly for that are inside that IT box, or is this a coordination role? I guess is what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, it's a coordination role. I think that, you know, we've talked about so I've talked with the IT director about expanding. I think we have a shortfall in our organization right now of data integration. You know, that includes how we receive payments through our various public-facing software systems. That includes address information coming from the assessor and being conveyed into the building permit system. So I think we need another position at some point in the future to integrate that data, but it would still fall under the IT director's purview. So there's no new direct staff to the assistant town manager from that box.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from Finance Committee members? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen. I'm not seeing any. Any questions or comments from the public? If you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature. I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for that presentation. And now we'll move on. Oh, you had more comments. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yes.
So I just did want to touch on, I mean, I think the town of Shrewsbury as a whole, we're so fortunate for the amount of grants that we get. So this is a snapshot of just what we've received since coming to the Finance Committee last year during the public hearing process. It's just really remarkable. If you think about $847,000 and what that would relate to, I mean, every penny on the tax rate raises about $65,000. So this is, you know, equivalent to 12 or 15 cents on the tax rate that would have to go up just to cover the costs that were, you know, awarded through these grants. It's a tremendous amount of money, and we're super proud of the people that write these grants. We don't have a dedicated grant writer. These are all from, you know, town staff in various departments who are building their skills in that craft, and it's a wonderful asset that I just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight to the committee during my report.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I mean, obviously this is, I mean, look at that number. That's very impressive. So any questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Any questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen? Any questions or comments from the public? If you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature. Okay, I'm not seeing any. So now at this point then, the Finance Committee budget report.
Yeah, so we actually handled this. I had it on both days in case we weren't able to get to it because we ran long on the Thursday evening. So actually this concludes everything under the Administration and Finance program once we're done with the town manager, since we did cover it the other night. And I guess if I may offer a recommendation would be that, you know, we break until about whatever time you deem appropriate, about 12:15 or so. And then I can have the DPW crew literally ready to talk with you at that time.
Okay, is everybody in? I think 12:15 would be good. So let's take a break till 12:15. Please be back, you know, a minute or so prior to that because I will start properly at 12:15. All right, thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
So I actually have 12:16, so we're a minute late. So let's get started with public buildings.
Yep. So, Madam Chair, DPW Director Jeff Howland is going to make a couple intro comments before we get into all the budgets, and then we'll move right into public buildings.
All right. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Jeff Howland, DPW Director. Thanks for having us in this afternoon on this beautiful day. As most of you heard from the other departments, DPW, all across DPW functions, did not slow down during the pandemic. If anything, we had more work than we normally do. With people being home, the amount of phone calls we received for parks, for trash, for water and sewer. Construction didn't slow down. As you heard from Patty Sheehan, the amount of construction that took place over the last year for renovations, et cetera, was significant, and DPW was no different in seeing that. So you're going to hear from everybody within DPW of all the work that they did during the pandemic with the same staff that they had pre-pandemic. The DPW over the last actually year and a half actually has been looking and starting to do the goals. We're the first department that actually started the goals, and we started the goal process before Kevin asked us to. And as part of that, we started looking at overall staffing. You heard from police, from fire, from the library of how understaffed they are. I've done the same study. I actually started that study a year and a half ago, and I can give you the same exact numbers that they did. Highway department, which if I take the average across, it's a bit more difficult in DPW to actually do a average or what we should have for staffing, because every DPW functions completely different. Police, for the most part, is the same, whether it's in Worcester or Shrewsbury or Ocam. Same thing with fire. It's basically the same. DPW, their functions are completely different. But I've looked at studies across the country and find that we are so far understaffed in all across DPWs. The issues that we're starting to face is regulatory requirements, and you'll hear this from water and sewer. The regulatory requirements far exceed what we typically have for staffing levels now. And those regulatory changes continue and have not changed, and we've actually received additional regulatory. They didn't slow down because of the pandemic, they actually increased. And you'll hear some of from Dan in the water and sewer. But I do want to say, over the last year, your DPW staff, both from superintendents all the way down to the admins, I strongly believe far exceeded what I ever would have anticipated, considering we had 24 hours like the other departments did to work completely remote at first, and we, for the most part, did not miss a beat. So I'm pretty proud of our staff. I'm pretty proud of that. We just continued, and you're going to hear from all the accomplishments that the other departments had. So with that, I'll turn it over to Angela for public facilities.
Thank you for those comments.
Can someone change the slide? Okay. Hi, I'm Angela Snell. I'm the superintendent of public facilities and parks. I oversee the public facilities department within DPW. Our department is comprised of two divisions: public buildings, which we'll talk about first, and also parks and cemetery. Here with me today is also Keith Baldinger, our Public Buildings Division Manager, and Kevin Esposito, our Parks and Cemetery Division Manager. First, we'll focus on public buildings. The staff within this division is one superintendent, one division manager. We have 3 assistant division managers. They each have a focus. One is custodial supervisor, one is the maintenance supervisor, and one is the plant manager for Shrewsbury High School, our largest facility. We have 13 full-time custodians, 2 part-time school year custodians, and 5 maintenance staff. One is a carpenter / locksmith, one is an electrician, one is a plumber, and then we have 2 maintenance craftsmen, one who serves as a swing custodian and fills in when one of the school's custodians is out. We take care of approximately 1 million square feet of buildings. We have 9 schools. We take care of the municipal complex buildings, which is town hall, police station, and the senior center, the fire stations, the public library, and the Raystone Post. In 2022, when the new Beal School comes online, it'll be over 1.1 million square feet that we will be maintaining. Next year, with the new Beal School becoming open, we are requesting an additional junior custodian to work at the Beal School. This school will also have a senior custodian assigned to that school. We are also requesting a nighttime supervisor to help with quality control and issues that come up during the nighttime cleaning. They will work with custodians who are working school time events after school, and they will serve as a liaison between the contract cleaners and our custodial supervisor. Currently, the custodial supervisor oversees the daytime custodians and the nighttime contract cleaners. So it's almost a 18-hour operation that he's overseeing in 8 hours. This additional person will help us address issues that arise at night, and we will be prepared to handle them during the next day, especially if maintenance is required. The past year has been challenging with all the issues and protocols surrounding COVID in public buildings. Our team worked closely throughout the year with the school department and the town manager's office to work on new cleaning procedures, protocols, and issues regarding the reopening of buildings. We also shifted one of our part-time custodians to work at night as a nighttime quality control person when COVID began, to assist us. And that's when we realized how valuable it was to have a supervisor at night. And this would be really valuable to us moving forward. It's helped cut down on complaints we received during the day. Other tasks our department handles besides cleaning are maintenance, elevator inspections, painting, electrical issues, snow and ice control of entryways and sidewalks, setup and breakdown for school events. We take care of the grounds, trees, set up for voting booths during voting time, and a lot of other duties as assigned fall to this division. Some of the items I'd like to highlight from this past year. In 2019, we completed all of our green community projects, which made us eligible for 2020 grant funds. We applied for and received $184,000 for 2020 green community grants for 5 energy efficient projects. We assisted with town meeting. Town meeting was set up outdoors under the big top. Most of you were aware of that. You were there. There was a lot of coordination behind the scenes that we handled. We also helped coordinate the second town meeting in September that was an indoor, following all the protocols for COVID. Some of the building projects that we completed, we recommissioned the HVAC system installed in 2017 at Spring Street School that helped us solve many of our control issues. At Floral Street School, we upgraded the gym lights to LED. At Parker Road Preschool, we replaced 9 HVAC rooftop units. 8 of them were using the Green Communities grant funding. We're pretty pleased that we were able to hire our first full-time custodian for this school. Previously at Parker Road Preschool, there was only a nighttime contract cleaner. So we used to have to pull either custodians or maintenance people from our other buildings to assist the preschool. And as you know, there's a lot of children and staff at that building, so that has been a tremendous help this past year. At Shrewsbury High School, we upgraded the lighting in the commons area to LED using the grant funds, and we also upgraded the lighting in the field house. Some other accomplishments were we assisted the school department in preparing all the school buildings for in-person learning. We procured and completed a full HVAC assessment of all the school buildings to prepare for in-person learning to meet COVID-19 protocols. Once that was completed, we did a second HVAC assessment for all the town buildings. We participated in the police and municipal campus feasibility study. We participate in the building and municipal campus building committee and are directly involved in the planning, design, and construction aspects of the new police station project that's going on now. We participated in the Operations and Technology Reopening Subcommittee with the school department. We participated in the Reopening Committee for Municipal Buildings. We did, oh, that's just some of the things. There were many other things that we did. I just wanted to highlight a few of them. To go over the budget for next year, we are proposing the junior custodian. That would be a new position for Beal School, and then the nighttime custodian. There's many projects that we need to do for our schools and our town buildings. A lot of maintenance projects, just keeping track of everything. So if you have any questions, Keith and myself can answer specific questions you may have about public buildings.
Thank you. I see that Mark Adler has a question.
Thanks, Judy. Hi, Angela. Hi, Jeff. I have a question about the way we outsource and contract some of the work. I know the public buildings has done a great job striking this balance, getting the cleaning crews to be outsourced, and I suppose when we hear on the grounds question, we'll also be hearing about how we have some of the maintenance outside also done contracted. So how do we, on the whole, decide that some of this work needs to be done by internal full-time employees or part-time employees, and some of the work can be done contracted? Because there's always seems to be a balance. And then when we run into some kind of stress on the system where we don't have enough work being able to get done, we have too much work and it's not getting done, then the concern is, well, we don't have enough people, but perhaps that could be outsourced, or we have it outsourced and it needs to be better supervised, or the finances are bad, or there's some problem with that. So how do we strike that balance? And is there some kind of principle other than just knowing it when we see it?
I mean, I can just give you a quick overview and then I'll let Keith answer some of that. But I mean, we're always evaluating what we do, how we handle the procedures, and is it cost effective to continue with a contract, or does it make sense because the contract prices are going up, maybe we should be hiring our own people? So Keith, if you wanted to give a little bit more on that.
Sure. I guess, Mark, you kind of hit it a little bit. We understand what staff we have and what their abilities are. And so that's usually our first step. We try to do as much as we can in-house. When it comes to things like contract cleaning in the schools, I think our contractors have probably, throughout all our buildings, maybe 30 staff members that clean them at night. So that's kind of it's not an area that we would be able to cover. It's also very competitive, so we do very well. We actually did very well this year. We put out our contracts in February for 6 of our buildings, and we came in about $50,000 less than what I had budgeted, with the expectation of escalation. So we do well with that type of thing. The Parks Division helps us a lot with our outside grounds. The Highway Division helps us a lot with our parking areas, and even some of our other groundwork, like they maintain our our catch basins for us and stuff like that. So we do a lot in-house. It really is, part of my job is every day trying to find the best way to get the work done, and for the best price and have the quality work done in the right amount of time, because some things are emergencies and we don't have time to wait. Other things, I can wait a little bit longer. So it really is every day. It's just that's what I do all day. Just analyze that work and what the most efficient way and the best way to do it for the town to get it completed. So,
Keith, would you, if I could jump in, would you mind talking about that opportunity cost or in real cost that we've been looking at, the difference? Because sometimes, like the difference in the cost of a contract, but that may not get us, 12 months of work, and how we've been kind of reevaluating those things, especially at the high school recently.
Sure. So we so with the high school contract cleaning, we changed some of the way that operation works, added more of that cleaning, or gave more options for cleaning in the summertime and stuff like that. You know, when you look at the staff it takes to clean that building, and the value that we get with a contractor, it's about half the cost, I would say, if we had to do it in-house. If that helps your question, Kevin.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Keith.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Okay, any questions or comments for the Board of Selectmen? Any questions or comments from the public? And if you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature. Okay, I'm not seeing any additional questions. So I guess at this point we will move on to Parks and Rec.
Okay, so Parks and Recreation. The staff for Parks and Recreation Division is as follows. It's one superintendent, one division manager, Kevin Esposito, who's with us here today, one Parks and Cemetery foreman, two maintenance craftsmen, and one recreation supervisor. We also have 4 part-time laborers who work approximately early April to late November, 20 hours. Depending on the weather, some of the staff might start back in early March or stay on until it starts snowing in December. It's never long enough and has been quite challenging to rely on part-time staff for such a big operation. Our duties for parks include mowing all town parks and school athletic fields, lining fields for scholastic sports at the high school, and more recently, we have now done lining sports at the middle school as well. We use a contractor to mow the smaller subdivision parks in town and to assist with the leaf pickup at some of these parks. Our staff does the leaf cleanup at major parks and some of the school facilities. We oversee the Donahue Rowing Center, the 2 state boat ramps. We take care of the maintenance on the town common. We have maintenance work on various playgrounds in parks and schools, tennis courts, picnic areas, trails, basketball courts. Our maintenance staff and foremen work with the highway division for snow and ice events. Once the storms are done, they are also doing parking lots for some of the parks. They're doing cleanup at the rowing center, making sure the building is accessible in case there's an emergency. We've been doing this for a few years now as more and more people are using the parks year round, and especially in the winter, people like to get out for winter activities and hiking. Unfortunately, due to the limited park staff, it often takes 1 to 2 days after a storm is completed to finish this work. The park staff also handles tree and weather-related issues and provide behind-the-scene assistance for special events and community events. This past year has also been challenging for this division due to COVID. We spent the spring and summer installing and reinstalling signs and locking gates and unlocking gates, putting up safety signs regarding COVID safety, 6 feet distancing. Spring sports were canceled, which resulted in a loss of revenue, as well as recreation programs were canceled. While there were no sports in the spring, we did see limited teams came back in the summer. And we saw a huge increase in daily users, especially at Dean Park. People walking, playing basketball, tennis, fishing, also just setting up, you know, a group would come, bring their own chairs, set up in a circle 6 feet apart as a place that they could, you know, meet with their family and friends and be outside because you couldn't meet indoors. Unfortunately, during this time, due to all the restrictions on programming in the spring and summer, we had to cancel programs. We also had to furlough the recreation supervisor. This was a very tough decision. While there were no programs held, we did see an increase in phone calls and use of parks, you know, activities increased just from the general public, and scheduling and park assistance from this person could have been that they would have handled had to be shifted to other personnel, increasing their workload. Programs are starting back up, but most of them have to be held outdoors and in smaller sizes, which will also keep our revenue down, unfortunately. Because of this, we are asking to begin phasing in the recreation supervisor salary into the general fund so that we can rely on this position to be here year after year and help provide recreational opportunities for all the residents. We've tried to highlight over the course of the past year our other parks in town so that people could walk at other locations. We also worked with the Board of Health and the local sports groups to review the youth and adult sports guidance that was issued from the state and how it related to our facilities and sports groups. At least twice a season, new guidelines were issued and had to be implemented throughout the town. We are actually right now in desperate need of additional maintenance staff to help keep up with the general upkeep of our parks for many items such as playground maintenance, guardrail repairs, sign repairs and installation of signs, overseeding of fields, fixing sinkholes, fixing nets, fences. I mean, there's just not a lack of maintenance work that needs to be done in our park facilities. Despite all of that, we have tried to implement some new items this past year and keep some of our town traditions going. We were able to install pickleball lines this past year at the Jordan Pond tennis courts, so people were able to do pickleball this year. We worked with the Shrewsbury Public Library to create a story walk program at the Lake Street paved walking trail. So this gave people another opportunity to go to a different park and enjoy reading and walking. And we actually ended up continuing it throughout the year. We worked with Shrewsbury Little League to establish a sponsorship banner program for Dean Park on Field 1. Because of this, Shrewsbury Little League was actually able to donate a field renovation on Field 1, which is actually going on now. As you can, if you've gone by there, you'll see the amount of work that's being done, and that's a project that probably needs to be done at a majority of our baseball fields. We continue to provide support to the Lake Quinsigamon Commission, including coordination of their meetings, purchasing supplies, and helping them with permits and some of their bid specifications. We also participate in a multi-agency coordination of all the events that go on in the lake, coordinating between state agencies like the EPOs, City of Worcester, and Regatta Point. To keep our traditions going, we created a virtual Memorial Day ceremony that premiered on Memorial Day with assistance from Shrewsbury Media Connection. We worked with Floral Street and Patton PTO to replace some of their playground components. At Floral Street, it was a bridge, and at Patton School, did some repairs to their swing set. We've created a tree inventory for Dean Park, Maple Ave, and the town common. Kevin Esposito has been working on with a system called Tree Keeper. All the trees are listed in this program, and now we're going through, and if we have to take a tree down, we can keep track of that on a list. There's thousands of trees that we have in our parks, and tree issues are always a big concern. That's one of our biggest expenses in the parks budget. We've hired a contractor to monitor the water quality at Dean Park and Jordan Pond. We had some high algae issues this year, so they actually treated it several times this past summer. The recreation supervisor created we worked with IT and a new vendor to create a new online registration system that's cloud-based. It's called myrec.com, and this spring was the first time that people began to register on that, and actually we're doing our summer registration on that as well. So that's an overview of Parks and Recreation, and if anyone has any questions. I'm sorry, I could just say one more thing for the budget. The staffing plan, So the staffing plan, we are asking for, if the override goes through, we are also asking for an additional maintenance person, which I mentioned. That's in fiscal projection 3.
Thank you. Actually, I have one question. It's probably maybe to you and to Kevin. I know, obviously, you mentioned that tree maintenance and removal and so forth is a big part of the budget, and then there's a forestry budget. Are they still separate? And why do we have? And I still don't quite understand why we have money in 2 separate buckets for this.
So the parks budget is really removal of trees that are in the parks, where the other division, the forestry division, falls under highway, and it's really trees that are on the right of way and on the streets. I mean, either one of those budgets do not have enough money, so I don't know. I don't know what else to say about that.
Well, no, I don't mean to nitpick, but it's just always kind of perplexed me a little bit. And if we're looking at it from a consolidated viewpoint and able to bundle it together for maybe if we're contracting and so forth.
Yeah, so the contract, so just to clarify, so the Parks Department will take care of smaller trees, or if the tree falls down, if it's in the road, at a park, we are taking care of that. If it's a large tree, the highway division does put out a tree contract, so we are working off of the same contractor.
Okay.
In large, we would call a contractor, because we don't have enough staff to do large trees. You also need multiple people when it's a large tree removal. So that's, the contractor would do that kind of work.
All right, so it is consolidated, so you're working off the same contract. Okay, that's good. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Okay, I don't see any questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen. Mr. LeBeau.
Good afternoon, thank you. Angela, I'm just going to take advantage of the opportunity because you reminded me of a question I've been meaning to ask for some time. And I'm sure there was a justification, but could you tell me why there were several trees removed in Dean Park, on the road, by the pond, by the stone garage building? And I'm just curious why they needed to come out.
Basically, the only time we're removing trees is because they are diseased or decaying. They become a safety issue. We've had trees that have large limbs that have fallen down during storms. So that's why we take them down, and that's why those 3 that you're talking about came down.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you. And I just want to say I've spent an enormous amount of time in Dean Park and some of the other parks over the last year. And I want to compliment the department on the great work they did. And though I do hope, well, it may not matter anymore, that folks know pedestrians should stay to the left and cars stay to the right. We still haven't really mastered that yet. But other than that, the little thing that bugs me, the parks were great and a great value to the community. And thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen? Okay, at this point, I'm going to open it up for a public comment or question. If you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature. Okay, I'm not seeing any public questions. So, Angela, will you be covering cemetery as well? Thank you.
So the cemetery budget, while we do have staff there, it's really just the funding of the staff. It's the same staff that works in the Parks Department. So the cemetery budget consists of half of the division manager salary and half of the parks and cemetery foreman. We use a contractor to do the grave excavation and the work, setting up the work for the funerals. And we have a landscape company that does the weekly mowing and the leaf cleanup. The staff sells the graves and handles any issues that come up with families having questions about grave locations. We do the trash removal. We install government markers for veterans, install flags on veterans' graves for Memorial Day with help from the Girl Scouts. We mark out the locations for the foundations for monument companies. So if somebody's installing a monument, it's typically the monument company that will install the foundation and then the headstone. This year, due to COVID, we limited grave sales to immediate need only and tried to get families to do most or all of the paperwork ahead of time by putting some of our forms online. It was a tough situation that many cemeteries across the Commonwealth faced, having to limit families who attended funerals due to gathering limits. And we worked closely with the funeral directors this year regarding that. We believe that a number of our deceased residents this year were cremated and will be buried in the upcoming year when gathering limits increase at our cemetery. We also began a cemetery master plan for the area at Prospect Park. We have a first draft conceptual plan at this time. We know the need for additional burial space will be needed in the very near future, and we will be working with the Parks and Cemetery Commission and our consultant to finalize a plan that we will bring to you in the near future.
Thank you. I guess one of the questions I had, I did see the presentation on the new cemetery, and although it would be beautiful, I guess my concern is the budgetary impact on with all of the shrubs and so forth as far as maintenance of that. Have you thought about, I know you're still in the planning stage, but obviously I believe that there would be more work to maintain it.
So we weren't really talking too much about shrubs other than like a border of shrubs, maybe between the neighbors, but it would be really trees. And I think when we set up the new cemetery, the prices for the graves would have to be, increased to cover some of these costs. So that'll all be evaluated when we get into the budgeting estimates for this.
Okay. And although not a finance committee related, one of the things I know that's a big concern is a lot of dog walkers use that space now. I know it was purchased for the expansion of the cemetery, but obviously I feel that because of the way that it's being used, I would hope that going forward that dogs are, the dog walking and having a place to walk your dog is important. So I hope that that's under consideration, and thank you for my indulgence on that statement. Mr. Adler.
Can I just comment on that?
Yes, please. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Yes.
No, that's okay. So, that's part of what the plan has been highlighting is an area for cemetery and maintaining an area for people to walk their dog. We just want to use this opportunity to also remind people to pick up after their dog. That's probably been our number one complaint we've received in the past month is now that all the snow's melted. Every day somebody's calling us about dog poop everywhere, unfortunately.
Right.
It's very frustrating for the staff, and I know it's not all dog owners, but hopefully people can respect that no matter where they are in town.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. And it is shocking the number of people that do not realize it is their responsibility to pick up after their dog. And unfortunately, if people don't do that, then there won't be, places for us to walk our dogs. So yes, that's a really important point. So
thank you.
All right, Mr. Adler.
Thank you, Judy. I do have a question about the cemetery finances, but first, since we're soapboxing about dogs and pet peeves that the State Commissioner of Agriculture brought up earlier, people need to leash their dogs. I don't care how well trained your dog is or how well they keep to you, but when someone else is walking down the path, you don't know if that dog is so well trained. And this is the problem. So when you see people in the parks carrying a leash, like throwing it over their shoulder because they want that dog to cross the street safely when they leave the park, that's great. Leave the dog on the leash. If you want to take them off the leash, wait till you get home. I would love to have a park where dogs could run free without a leash. That would be, I think, everyone's dream situation. But as far as I understand it, we don't really have that, and you don't make one up just because you're there. Okay, off of that soapbox. the cemetery finances, to what extent, and maybe this is my annual question, does the cemetery budget get covered by cemetery fees? That's it. That's the whole question.
So the cemetery budget covers the staff, and this year we've asked for $80,000 to help pay for the mowing. So the part about like contract for the grave excavation, where years ago we had town staff that did that work. Now that it's contracted, that is a direct cost at the time of burial. So when you have a burial, part of your burial fee goes right to the contractor. So that is not in the town budget. It's paid right by the family, goes right to the contractor. The other supplies that we would pay, like for loam and seed, if we had to fix the edge of the road, the water, the electricity for the office, that comes out of the trust funds.
So then my question is, the trust funds or the rest, like even if even if these expenses aren't paid directly by the families or those caring for the bereaved, for the deceased, but are the costs of mowing and the perpetual maintenance of the cemetery nevertheless offset by trust funds or direct costs or other such things, or is it coming? Let's just put it blatantly out of the tax levy.
The majority is coming from the budget, which is the $151,000. If we did like if we did like an extraordinary repair one year, like we were doing some paving. In the past, we've done like $25,000 worth of paving. That would come out of the trust fund, not this regular budget. So like capital projects have been coming out of the trust fund.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Seeing none, any questions, comments by the Board of Selectmen? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from the public? If you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature. I'm not seeing any questions from the public. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
And we will now move on to Public Works Administration.
Good afternoon, Finance Committee. My name is David Snowden, the Division Manager for Public Works Administration, also referred to as the Business Management Division. It's a division staffed with 7 other employees besides myself that address and handle the finance and administration duties across DPW. And it allows for a lot of, wearing a lot of different hats and being able to reach out to the public in lots of different ways. Over the past year, some of the highlights have been our shift to online permitting for water, sewer, and highway permits. And I imagine those individual departments will talk on that more, but that was a significant increase in our ability to provide remote services over this past year. Also, the implementation of SeeClickFix, our online service request portal, where we actually broke 500 unique email addresses the beginning of April. It's been another great way for us to manage our workflow internally, but also provide residents another means to reach out with the town. And the Business Management Division also supports the utilities in the work order systems. And despite not being able to be in the homes for the first few months of the calendar year, we are on track to surpass the service orders completed in the previous year. We are actively trying to review all of our accounts and make sure that we can get in the homes and address as many issues as possible. And the individual utilities staff have been tremendous in working with us on that. And then finally, grant funding. The town of Shrewsbury was awarded a recycling dividends program grant of $18,000 through Mass DEP This is an annual grant that we apply for, and it's based we are scored and rewarded funding based off of a point system and the services that we provide. Our goals going forward, as they have been for this year and for the following years, will be policies and procedures across DPW and trying to further coalesce and standardize all of the policies and procedures. Staff development, both by means of training, webinars, but also increased responsibility. It may be in setting up monthly user group meetings with other departments so we can continue to improve the services we provide. And then lastly, we are always trying to find ways to improve both our internal and external communication. External communication to the residents so we can tell the story of all the great work that all the different divisions do. And internally to make sure that when a water main break happens, everybody on site is aware as soon as possible. So when the calls come in, we're not scrambling. So these are fun puzzles to work on. And the team that I work with is tremendous and they have lots of great experience. All righty. So looking at the budget, it's similar as in years past. There is a small difference in the salary and wages, and that is our attempt to move the administrative assistant that works for Parks, Recs, and Cemetery and the Conservation Commission completely into the general fund. This sort of relates to what Ms. Snell was discussing earlier, to make sure that we can accurately track and support those individuals in the general fund and to make sure that we have a little more security so we can have the staff we need. We've also noticed a significant amount of overtime. So the use of overtime has been tracked over the past year, and we feel like that's a sufficient amount to meet our needs going forward. And that's basically the majority of the budget changes in the business management division. Just double checking everything. So if there's any questions.
Okay, at this point then, thank you, David. Are there any questions from the Finance Committee? Any questions from the Board of Selectmen? Any questions from the public? And if you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature. Seeing none? Are you going to continue in more detail, David?
I will gladly talk about trash.
Well, let's talk trash.
All right. All right, so let me get all my notes and I'll have that. Solid waste program. So I can start off with year to date, just so we can put into context what's been going on. I think we are benefiting by the fact that maybe more people are at home, and we've seen about a 5% increase in the disposal of refuse and recycling year to date over last year. So we are 5% greater in tonnage disposed than we were for the whole year last year. And that has also been reflected in the revenue. So we are higher in revenue for fiscal 21 year to date. The budget here that you're looking at, a lot of it has been pulled from the rate analysis when that was initially created. You will see that there is some funding for might be broken out. Just making sure. We have funding set aside for the hazardous waste events. We're either going to try to host 2 of those because we've received a number of calls from residents inquiring about that. Or we are also looking into the possibility of setting up a contract with a vendor wherein residents would be able to go and drop off items at that specific vendor, and a portion of those costs would be covered by the town's contract with the vendor. So that's something we are actively seeking. One of the team members is really working on improving our web presence and including more information from the weekend events that have been very successful, and including some other imagery that will just show what's been going on with the solid waste program. Yeah, and that's the bulk of it there. I'm happy to answer any other specific questions with solid waste if there are any.
I guess one of the questions I have, so we've seen an uptick in revenue, which means we've sold more trash bags. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. About a 5% increase.
So what is the rippling cost effect and the impact on the landfill? I mean, I know it's only 5%, but I don't know how significant that, so the revenue's up, but there's a cost side to that.
Yep. So in our discussions with our members at Wheelabrator, we are still on track with the 2028, but there are some additional space options where cells could be established. Now, what can happen is Wheelabrator may still want to use this facility, and they may want to manage the cubic airspace that's consumed by the ash. So if the town of Shrewsbury produces more, they may then dispose of another community's ash in a lesser volume. So they are managing landfills and other locations as well, Connecticut and New Hampshire. So though we've seen a small uptick, I do think that we are set to continue to 2028, and if not further, if additional space is turned into cells.
So additional space in a current location or additional space in other areas? I didn't completely follow.
Additional space not in a different driving location. So they're reconfiguring their space allotments as per all necessary requirements, but they haven't built every single cell yet, and those get permitted. I believe Jeff can jump in to make sure I don't put my foot in my mouth, but those cells are permitted and as they are constructed. So it would all still be in the same location.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Any other questions or comments for the Board of Selectmen? Any questions or comments from the public? And if you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature. Okay, I'm not seeing any. So will you be covering street lighting with us?
Jeff, it's up to you. There's not much change, so.
Yeah, I mean, street lighting is basically, and Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, this is just a pass-through that we pay Selco for the number of street lights. And DPW does not maintain the lights, we just pay the bill.
All right. So I guess, does that conclude the street lighting presentation then?
That concludes street lighting.
I want to make sure, I don't want to cut you off here. All right, any questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Any questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen? Any questions or comments from the public? And if you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature. Beth, there you go.
Judy, sorry, I was slow in raising my hand. Just a quick question about the street lights. Are we all switched over now to the LED lights, the cost-saving lights?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know.
I don't know if 100% of the lights are transitioned over, but we're not pursuing any other future phases. So everything that can be transitioned over has been, and we are kind of at the baseline cost level where we're no longer having to pay for the capital costs associated. So this is all really just the actual electricity usage.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, last call on questions related to street lighting. Okay, seeing none, thank you guys very much. And I guess at this point we'll go to Highway, Forestry, and Sealer of Weights.
Good afternoon, Finance Committee. Nick Repecta, Highway Division Manager. The Town of Shrewsbury Highway Division maintains over 320 lane miles of roadway. We also maintain sidewalks, line painting, traffic control devices, roadside mowing, catch basin cleaning, storm drainage maintenance, and our mechanics maintain over 120 vehicles townwide, including the police vehicles and all the snow and ice control. The task of maintaining as many miles of public streets carried out by a division manager, 1 foreman, motor equipment repair foreman, 2 mechanics, 6 equipment operators, and 1 administrative assistant from the business management division. We have staffing is a significant challenge. For example, in snowstorms, we're shorthanded many times. Myself and my foreman are bound to plow individual plow routes. We currently have 33 plow routes using 50 pieces of equipment for a full plowing operation. It's becoming very difficult, we've seen in the recent years, to get the number of contractors to have an efficient plowing operation than it has been in the past. And summer can be the same with challenges with staff taking vacations or over the weekends for callbacks for emergencies. We can be very limited on how we respond to these immediate needs. If we can add some staffing, we can certainly be more versatile, taking on more in-house tasks and relying less on contracted services. We have difficulty filling the task with contractors as of late, not only for snow and operations, but for construction, like catch basin repair, fall street sweeping, roadside mowing, and the highway has begun to take over where these contractors are unable to fill. Just a couple of highlights of what we've done over the past year in conjunction with assistance from the engineering department with their design and the bid process. We've paved Longfellow, Torrey Drive and Torrey Lane, Deergrass, Dana, Brightside, Westport Circle, Flanagan Drive, Jill Circle, Dolphin Road, and that included the paving and removing and replacing nearly 60 catch basins that were not in compliance with our stormwater permit. Highway Division, along with the contractor, cleaned roughly 3,200 catch basins for 377 ton, and over 1,200 of those were done by highway staff. We also rebuilt over 70 catch basins in-house. Of course, we've conducted spring street sweeping and fall street sweeping. Again, with help with business management and the engineering department, we had the new permit system roll out online. I'll talk a little bit about forestry too. We have a forestry, the new contractor, they've removed over 50 trees since 7/1. Highway has actually taken over the stump grinding for all that, and actually just last week, I think we ground over 30 stumps. And then we did 25 last fall. All the stormwater has gone to onto Utility Cloud. It's a web-based for tracking all of our catch basin data. So we had to train all the operations staff on that. We actually began snow route optimization, and we're in the process of the rollout for that. We've hired a contractor, and I've been working with them on looking at our plow routes, our current operation, including the spreader routes and our sidewalk route. And they're looking to see how we run our routes. Are they the most efficient? They're laying them out turn by turn directions. And we're actually in the process right now of validating the first run on the routes for our salt routes, and more to come with that. I think that's all I have right now. Any questions?
Okay. So at this point, are there any questions on highway or forestry from the Finance Committee? I'm not seeing any. Any questions, comments from the Board of Selectmen on either of those departments? I'm not seeing any. Not going to open it up to the public. If you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand comment feature if you have a comment or a question. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Do you have anything on sealer of weights?
So I will do weights and measures.
Okay.
So weights and measures is obviously actually is administered or managed by our previous highway superintendent, John Knipe. was the weights and measures person and remains in that position. This is a pretty similar budget year over year. One of the concerns we have moving forward is John took a survey of a lot of the surrounding towns in our he gets a $7,000 stipend, and that's probably half of what most of the weights and measure sealers receive in the surrounding towns. But I mean, year over year, this is the same that we have. So there's really no change.
And Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a required service. Is that correct? A required position.
That is correct. So he is responsible to measure all of the scales at the grocery stores, at the convenience stores. He does the gas pumps, both private and the public gas pumps. So he told me the number, and because of COVID, we haven't seen John. Doesn't come into town hall, so we haven't seen him for over a year. But when he does come in, for some reason, he worked significant number of hours doing them. Like, for instance, he could go to Flynn's and he's there for 2 days doing the pumps at Flynn's, because he also has to do every truck that they have, because they have the anything that has a pump on it that measures anything. He has to measure each one of those.
Okay.
So
when do you anticipate that if we're paying half the market value, that's going to catch up with us?
When John retires.
Okay.
He still likes doing it. That position requires a person that is certified to conduct weights and measures. So it's not somebody you can just take somebody off the shelf and have them do it. They have to be certified by the state. So, I mean, right now, John likes doing it. It gets him out of the house, so he loves doing it.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Any questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen? Any questions or comments from the public? If you do have a question or comment, please use the raise the hand feature. Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions or comments on weights and measures, so that will move us on to engineering.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Finance Committees. Andy Truman. I'm the town engineer and the division manager for conservation engineering. Engineering has currently 3 full-time staff, including myself, a GIS coordinator, and a field inspector who oversees both town projects that are being constructed for the town, as well as plans or any projects that are approved by Planning Board or ZBA or Conservation Commission. Our town surveyor retired this year, and in conversations with the DPW director, we are not looking to backfill that position this year. Instead, we're looking to hire a junior engineer, someone that we can get in that we can hopefully share between different departments, who can be, more versatile than a surveyor. That job application is currently out on the market. We've had a few people are interested, but no successful candidates right now. So once they're on board, we'll be five staff, and then so the engineering department is basically, we're the stage hands of DPW. We're kind of there to support, the other departments, the Board of Selectmen, Planning Board, Zoning Board. We do work for Selco. We will be, as David alluded to earlier, we were involved a lot of the online permitting last year. So right now, engineering is overseeing a lot of the water, sewer, trench permits, street opening permits, as well as driveway permits. So all of those will get approved through us. Budget-wise, it's mostly no significant changes. One of the things we are looking to do, instead of replacing the town surveyor, is putting out an RFQ, request for qualifications, for a house doctor, because there are going to be times that we may need land surveying services, but certainly not a full-time position. So we're looking to have someone that we can just outsource it to those few times we need it. So we had put in some funds in there under the professional services. The other one we've got, as I mentioned, we oversee all the town construction projects going on. And as most of you know, the Route 20 widening project will be starting this year, which is going to be a fairly large, intense project. So again, we are looking this year to hopefully hire a clerk of the works, because again, I think we're going to need some help. I don't think that the one field inspector I have right now is going to be able to cover all the projects. So there is some money in the budget for that. And I think that's pretty much it. To say it's pretty much no significant changes in the budget. If we get the override, we'll look to have more staff. But I'm not happy to answer any questions.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Any questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen? Any questions or comments from the public? And if you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions or comments for engineering, so thank you, and we'll move on to stormwater.
Andy, you want me to take stormwater, or I'll do stormwater?
Either one. I mean, I can.
I can do stormwater. Stormwater obviously is a utility where this is the second year of the stormwater utility. We have in stormwater, we have 2 staff members. One of them is the Conservation Commission agent, who also does significant amount of work with our stormwater division. It's not technically a division, but it's a utility. And then we have one other engineer who used to be in engineering, does primarily entirely a stormwater. We are obligated under our EPA permit on a yearly basis to do significant number of tasks. As Nick said previously, one of them was fall street sweeping. We were not successful in obtaining a contractor to do fall street sweeping, which is why we do that now in-house through the highway department, and that is funded through the stormwater utility. The one advantage, though, of not being able to have a contractor do that, we were actually able to do more drainage improvements that we were able to do through this stormwater utility in lieu of the fall street sweeper. We had originally anticipated $500,000 for fall street sweeping, which is what numbers we had received from contractors originally interested, but were not. It didn't end up bidding. So we were able to take that money. We were able to do significant more drainage projects in this past year. We are asking for a third person in the stormwater, under the stormwater utility for salary, mainly because the amount of work that's required we are in year 3 of our permit. The amount of work that's being required and asked of that division cannot be handled by 1 or 2 people. To put it in perspective, the town of Chelmsford has 8 people in their stormwater utility, in their engineering division, part of the stormwater utility. We will also be soliciting a proposal from one of our consultants to help us with this, but the amount of work that's required to be submitted in September and then the following September for year 4 is significant, and it's a lot of writing, a lot of reporting that has to be done in the next couple of years. So we've done the easy part the first 2 years, and now it gets more difficult and more time consuming. The one person that we have that basically is full time, he is almost in the field almost every day doing inspections on different things. So, so in this budget, we are asking for 1 additional staff member.
All right. Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Any questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen? Any questions or comments from the public? And if you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature to ask your question. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions on stormwater, so thank you for that. And then next we will discuss the sewer budget.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee, Board of Selectmen. members of the public, Dan Rowley, Water and Sewer Superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. Give you a little overview of the Water and Sewer Department, and then I'll get into the sewer budget. So despite COVID, we had a busy year for both the water and sewer utilities with a lot of great accomplishments. We're staffed by myself, 2 assistant superintendents, 2 working foremen, 1 water treatment plant operator, 7 maintenance craftsmen, 1 engineer for field inspection, and we're supported extensively by the business management division of the DPW. Our water distribution system in Shrewsbury consists of 208 miles of water mains, 3 booster stations, 6 water storage tanks, 3 pressure zones. Our sewer collection system consists of about 170 miles of sewer mains and 38 sewer pump stations. We are a level 3 treatment system and a level 3 distribution. Throughout the year, with the exception of a period of time in really March, we continue to be really busy with projects and ongoing goals. One accomplishment that we took advantage of, which was actually what was helpful with COVID, is a lot of the classes to get licensed were offered online, which was quite convenient, and we had several members of our department take advantage of that. Our ongoing water main replacement continued, and we completed Main Street from School Street to Route 140 and a section of Walnut Street. Our unidirectional flushing program completed 4 of the 12 zones. This is our initial round of this, so that was quite an accomplishment. Well replacement permitting work continued on the Sewell 5 well, and construction started on the Home Farm 6 well. We completed hexavalent chromium piloting over the summertime. It was completed towards the end of December, and we're awaiting results from our consulting engineer. PFAS piloting was approved by Mass DEP, and we are currently scheduling that to take place. We completed our Mass DEP sanitary survey, which is done every 3 years. And that's a process where Mass DEP will come out and inspect all of our infrastructure, from water tanks to the booster stations to our treatment facilities, our record keeping, and they provide a report to us. An interesting fact, we pumped more water 11 out of the 12 months in 2020 than we did the previous year. A few of the other departments have talked about the online permitting. We are also part of that now, which has proven to be a tremendous benefit for us. For water and sewer, especially with projects that are very complex, which we have several of them ongoing in the community, and as projects take time to complete. It's been a real valuable asset, and it's allowed our residents and contractors, I think, to apply for these throughout COVID, and they're also benefiting from the convenience of it and being able to track the status and communicate with us through the program. We worked very close with the business management division on meter replacements, residential and commercial, and that's something we're focusing on. The sewer expansion on Route 20 was completed. We were able to do that during the day, which, because of COVID and the reduced traffic, proved to be very helpful and allowed the contractor to finish that ahead of schedule. They've started the Arrowwood and Edgemere pump station upgrades. The BT pump station reached substantial completion near the end of the year. There's not a lot of changes to the sewer budget. We did add we continued to keep a temporary person in there for 40 hours a week for 15 weeks over the summertime for maintenance around the sewer stations, and to provide for when folks go on vacation some additional staffing. We've included funds for a second year to address additional flow to Worcester. One of the items we did this past year, in addition to the rate study, is we spent a lot of time reviewing our capital assets and developing a comprehensive 5-year capital improvement plan, and we reflected some of that in the budget. Several large capital improvements that you'll be seeing over the next 5 years, depending on borrowing, will be replacing the force main on Maple Ave and upgrading the Maple Ave and Rolfe Ave sewer pump stations, as well as evaluating and, depending on the condition, relining or replacing our sewer interceptor, which goes from the old wastewater treatment plant, which is adjacent to Ward Hill, over to Westboro. And that's really the highlights for the sewer. On the water budget, we have included funds to staff 2 additional maintenance craftsmen. We're faced with more and more regulations and requirements year after year. And part of our sanitary survey this year, Mass DEP indicated the requirement to develop a valve exercising and cleaning program, as well as a hydrant maintenance program, where we actually go out and inspect all of the hydrants and we clean our valves. And luckily, this goes hand in hand with our unidirectional flushing program, so we've got a jump start on it, but it'll be a formal program where folks are out maintaining these critical assets. And those 2 folks will also assist in continuing the unidirectional flushing program. We've included 1 part-time person for 40 hours a week for 15 weeks to help with maintenance around the water stations, and also with the hydrant maintenance. We've included a couple of the expenses, including our potassium hydroxide, by about $50,000, and that's to reflect the additional usage we saw over the summertime, which correlates to the additional pumping that we did. We've included $18,000 to reflect additional maintenance needs at the water treatment plant, and our power consumption. We've included $30,000 additional to reflect additional usage of the treatment plant. One item I did want to talk about in the capital investments is our water tank maintenance. We own 4 steel and 2 concrete tanks, and our vision is that we're going to develop a comprehensive planned preventive maintenance program to address these assets over the next 15 years. We really haven't had a program like this per se. We really essentially use the tanks until it's at the point it needs extensive renovation, including, for the steel ones, sandblasting and painting. So we want to be more proactive. We do have some major capital investments we need to make, but once those are made, do more to make the coatings last longer and to reduce long-term maintenance needs. So we will be looking at the Oak Street tank this year, which we know needs to be sandblasted and painted. And then we have a steel tank at Masonic that also needs some work over the next few years. And those are my highlights. If there's any questions or something I didn't touch upon.
Thank you. Yes, at this point, we'll take questions on both the sewer and the water budget. Hannah?
Hi, thank you for that overview. Very helpful. This question is probably better directed to Kevin, just in terms of the issue, but can you just help me understand, between the stormwater and then the sewer and the water, the transfers to OPED, under the stormwater, it's only like a $275 charge, but under water and sewer, it's higher. But then I'm not sure how to relate that to the salary. So could you just help me understand where that comes from?
Sure. So the main difference there is for OPEB, we're also trying to make up for unfunded liability. So kind of like my prior comments on the pension. So since stormwater is a new entity that doesn't have retirees that fall under it, the number is much lower. But water and sewer have been in existence since the early 1900s or the mid 1950s for sewer, and therefore there's actual liability that we can track, and is done through our actuarial services when we analyze. So that's the main driver between the vast discrepancy between those 3 utilities.
So is it a direct correlation, though, to the actual employees or to the existence of the unit? It's more, whenever the analysis is done, it's about
the existing liabilities that are on the book, less about current employees.
Okay. Thank you.
So I see the next raised hand is Mark Adler.
Thank you, Judy. Hey, Dan, I have a question about the tanks. When we've had to clean out the lines, either through flushing or the ice pigging, any method where we've gotten collection of manganese or other problems in the lines, has any of that collected in the tanks? And have we had to have any kind of tank cleaning because of that or because of some unrelated problems?
Good question, Mr. Adler. We have cleaned the Browning Road tank, which did have manganese in it. Our inspections that were conducted last fall or over the summertime, we inspected the other 5 tanks, but they have not been cleaned. So there definitely some need to clean over the next year or two, really all of the tanks. And that will give us a good indication of their overall condition as well.
I don't want to get too technical, but how, I've got one of these tanks almost literally above my house, just on the street from me here. How does one clean such a large tank? Does it require a full drainage of it, or is there a way to do it without having to empty the whole thing out?
They can do it both ways. So it can be drained and cleaned, or there are companies that will come in and clean them when they're in service, and they'll send a diver in a vacuum and actually vacuum out the tank.
Okay, you call me when that happens. I totally want to see that.
I will. I certainly will.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's a career opportunity I hadn't thought about. Any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Any questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen? Any questions or comments on, John? I'm sorry.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dan, thanks for your presentation. Just a quick question. Under policy 25 that the Board of Selectmen in November extended, what are you seeing for requests for partial bill abatements, and has that subsided with the continued unidirectional flushing?
Great question, Mr. Samia. We are seeing a lot less requests. The unidirectional flushing has made a big difference from, I've been here since September of 2019 to today. We're seeing maybe one here or there, but it certainly is helping the system, along with the treatment plant, which is running as designed. So yeah, we're making some headway from what we're seeing here in the office. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments from the Board of Selectmen? Please use the raise the hand feature. Any other questions or comments on either the sewer or the water department budget from the public? And if you've just joined us, please use the raise the hand feature. Okay, I'm not seeing any other, I don't see any other hands up for questions or comments. So I thank you very much for the presentation. Mr. Mizikar, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was our last budget item. Is that correct?
That is correct. We've made it through all operating budgets for the general fund and our utilities.
Excellent. Then may I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
So moved.
May I get a second?
Second.
All right, and going down through the list of all who's in favor of closing the public hearing, Mark Adler,
Aye.
Vikram Chabra,
Aye.
Dennis O'Connell,
Aye.
Aaron Howard,
Aye.
Hannah Kane,
Aye.
Jordan Rubin,
Aye.
Carlos Garcia,
Aye.
Mark Murray,
Aye.
Judy Vetter, aye. This closes the public hearing. Okay. And the next item on the agenda is the review of the meeting schedule. So April 22nd, 2021 is our Thursday. Will be a public hearing for the town meeting warrant articles. And then again on April 29th, 2021, There'll be a public hearing for the town meeting warrant articles.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there have been 3 citizens petitions submitted to the town clerk, and I just wanted to confirm with you that you'd like to have those folks in on April 22nd for a presentation.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then that now moves us to other business, which is, I'm sorry, okay, Mark, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Judy, what time is those meetings on April 22nd and 29th?
I don't have that information in front of me, Kevin.
Yeah, I think we could either do 6 or 7 since it's a public hearing. There are 43 warrant articles. A lot of them are related to the budget that you've just gone through in detail. But, we could be flexible. I'm not sure if we'll make it through the entire warrant and voting all in a single night, regardless if we start at 6 or 7, but certainly happy to accommodate.
So if we've got the citizens petitions coming in on the 22nd, do we want to start that meeting earlier at 6?
Yep, and we can make the agenda broad enough to get you as far through that night as possible. And if we need to do the 29th, then we'll
Okay,
that's
do
fine
that as well.
And then 7 on the 29th at this point, or do we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mark, for asking that question. So that takes us next to other business, which is review and discussion of the Finance Committee report for the May 21 annual town meeting. Did send out a draft for the committee to consider. I see hands up. I don't know if that's left. I guess they're new ones. So, John Samuel, your hands. Okay, great. So I see hands up. So, okay. So that's what we'll do is, if you'd like to make a comment or on the draft document, please use the raise the hand feature. We've got 2 hands up already. Start with Mark. Actually, I'm going to start with Hannah because she has to drop off at 1:45. So I'm going to start with Hannah.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Judy. So I just had a couple thoughts on the draft letter. I think, my overall thought is in the second paragraph when we talk about sort of what has been done. I think we need to go back and also reference that, in I think 2007 through 2010, there were 2 different fiscal study committees that looked extensively at expenses and revenue opportunities for the town of Shrewsbury. And I think it's worth going back and recognizing that. It was an important part of the discussion in 2014 relative to the override, but certainly things have just gotten worse. They haven't gotten better. And I think that the other piece I think needs to be referenced in there is that the town has been very aggressive in both sort of negotiating costs, expenses around how to provide the same level of service but at a lower cost. And I think that's something that we should hold up the town management and town leadership for doing. And then finally, I think it's worth also saying that unlike many communities, we also get funds in from Selco on a yearly basis to assist with our budget, which again is something that we shouldn't lose sight of, that's not something that all communities have the opportunity to do. I think that I think we need to be careful in the third paragraph where we talk about the prior override did not address the structural deficit and didn't provide budgetary certainty in future years. My one caution is we're talking about an agreement right now that is a 4-year agreement when the 2014 override has gotten us further than 4 years. So I think it's very difficult to say that one thing didn't attack a structural deficit and provide certainty when it got us further than what we're agreeing to at this moment in time that twice the amount of money will get us. So I think we just need to be realistic in terms of what it is that we're accomplishing here. And I'm not taking away from the structure, the strategic sense of what the town manager has for us, because I think it's incredibly valuable. And I think it's a different roadmap than we've had in the past, but we're not solving our structural deficit here overall. We're making an attempt to manage it better and to have some transparency into the issue. I think that we should be clear in the paragraph that talks about and I would add it, level bond rating, that make it explicit that at the end of the sentence that it will lead to increased borrowing cost. So it's not just a reduction in the thing, but it has a true impact on the budget. And then I think that, overall, I think the sense is that conveying that this has been something we've been concerned about as a finance committee for many years, and we continue to want to work proactively, to find ways to provide the services that our residents expect, while also navigating, the fact that this isn't something we on our own at a town level can do without the buy-in from the community at large. So those are just my sort of overall comments relative to the drafted document.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mark?
Yeah, actually, I raised my hand earlier, not in relation to this, but in relation to Kevin's mentioning that there were citizen petition articles. I just wanted him to, or maybe Alexander, someone to send those to us for us to look at sooner rather than later, because I don't want to just have 48 hours to look over this whole thing. That's actually why I raised my hand. Thank you.
Okay.
We can do that. Thank you.
Dennis, you're still muted.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. I did have a couple comments. I do think we should highlight that this is sort of a new path we're going on, trying to manage or maintain any structural, deficits, et cetera. Just making sure that, because to me, it seems like going now, we're moving forward. We're trying to plan. We're doing 4 or 5 year plans. We're putting money together to create dashboards possibly and other things. I really think we should highlight that with this override, we're doing more than just trying to fix today's deficit. We're trying to make sure going forward we can manage it, and maybe we can prevent more deficits from coming up because we can get growth in town, et cetera. I'd like to sort of we're pushing for a new way, a new agreement with the town on how we're going to run the town. And I think every department, the school committee has put out these 5 year plans. The selectman is trying to. Kevin's doing a great job getting everyone together to put these plans out. And we're asking them for trust, we should give them a reason why they can trust us going forward. A second thing, I know there's a $33 million there if we can't open a new deal, but do we know the full facts around that? Do we have to open fully? If we just move the old deal as is to the new deal, does that satisfy the state at least for 1 or 2 years? Because to me, I read that, and I've talked to 3 neighbors who have watched the finance committee, and they've all come to the same thing. Why would I ever vote for another public school? Because they're not putting the whole cost into it. So, and when we can't pay when we don't do the new cost to cover for the staffing, then we lose our money. So it almost feels to them that we're holding it over their heads that, hey, you approved this, now you got to give us the rest of the money. So I think we should be careful how we put that out. Because it may not affect this one, but it might affect the next time we need to do a building budget. And that's from talking to a couple residents in my neighborhood. So I think it's important to let people know that that's on the table, but I think we got to be careful how we put that out there. And so those are the main things that I came away with. I'll let someone else speak.
Any other questions or comments? So I would, on the comments, so everything else, I mean, we've got, sure, we can mention that there was a fiscal study committee. I think, again, I don't think we're trying to cover everything that's happened in the past. I think we're just trying to provide a little bit of a succinct overview and kind of, obviously, this is going to be in the budget book after the vote. So yeah, we have to sort of write it so that this makes sense. If the override passes, basically we're saying, okay, we're supporting the fact that we're saying that we need an override for the budget. Okay, that's the finance committee's position, that the things that we want to do requires the override. And so, you know, but then if the override, you know, fails, you know, that is a possibility. You know, we're also stating that you know, that last paragraph is that, you know, we're going to be in an untenable budget situation. So, I mean, so when we looked at the writing of this, we tried to kind of cover when the person's going to read this, if it still makes sense. So I think we can take comments about maybe a little bit more of a new path forward. It's a little bit more than just the structural deficit. That's a good point. We heard a lot more about that today than we had before. I guess the question that I really have is to how to address the 33 million. I mean, facts are facts. If it's factual, I think we should say it. If it's not factual, then we shouldn't say it. So, Mr. Mizikar, can you comment on that?
Sure. I think it's a little bit gray at this time, which is going to challenge us. I'm trying to be a pragmatic and practical person. I don't think that the MSBA has the true authority to say if we don't open it on a particular date that we have to start paying back the money. However, you know, if we get into a situation, you know, 1 year removed or something like that, I think everything's on the table. So there's a true obligation on the town's behalf for us to get this school opened. They haven't set a definitive timeline on when repayment would be required. They have just said that if you don't use it as a school, it will be required. So what I can do, both for this particular one and the other comments, I'm trying to take diligent notes here. My team and I can provide a red line version of this back to the Finance Committee for your consideration, or we could work directly with the chair on a couple iterations of that, and then be ready for your April 22nd meeting for further discussion. Right. And anything else that anyone wants to add, obviously now.
I will say I do appreciate Mr. O'Connell's statements, and I certainly don't think that we should be using this as a threat. But if it is factual, and I know that you will address this so that we're not saying anything that's not true, but if that is something that we're facing, it should be said. As a taxpayer, that would be something that I would take into consideration about whether I thought that, you know, the override was a good investment. So maybe I look at things a little different than some people. And obviously, you know, I think so. I'd appreciate you doing the red line and having the committee report back, because the committee does need to be comfortable with this. Dennis, I see a hand raised. Do you have additional?
I did have an additional. I want to know what the definition of opening the school is. Is opening the school putting in the however many teachers that are Beal and students to Beal, closing down the old Beal, and you actually using the school? Or do you have to use a certain percentage of the capacity of the school? And again, I think there are other things the town possibly could do, but I don't have the full information, including you take a school like Spring Street, which has no money out on it, and you move that to the new Beal. I mean, I think there are ways we could prevent a $33 million payback, and I think we need to look at that and understand that before we put that in the letter.
Yes, I mean, I don't know I don't know the answers to your questions, and strategically, I haven't asked them to the MSBA, trying not to push them to draw conclusions to us in paper yet. I know that challenges your report, and that's not what we're trying to do. They have just asked that we keep them up to date. They have flagged the fact that if we don't use it as a school, then we will need to repay it. And please keep them posted on our progress towards finding the funds to do that. So I guess I'm just kind of unwilling at this point to kind of try to force them into a corner and say when, where, how, and how much. So I agree with you, Mr. O'Connell, though, that, you know, that there are plenty of opportunities that we would exercise after a no vote to alleviate the need to repay. So that'll be the challenge in crafting language that reflects that. We will work on that.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Mark Adler.
Thank you, Judy. Those sentences about Beal not opening, it was crafted in this letter, I think, very directly to say inability to open has risked a contract breach.
Exactly.
It doesn't say will cause, doesn't say it won't open. It's left just to say there's a problem here, and it could become a big problem, but we don't know. And part of the problem that we as the Finance Committee have is when this goes to print, when this gets read, it has to end up being kind of written on both sides of that chronological event of the vote to say, hey, this is why we're acting right now, because this problem's looming above us. It may not happen, it may, but if it does happen, it's going to be really bad. So I don't think necessarily we're running into a problem here because it's written open enough. Now, I do remember, it must have been, I'm going to say 14, 15 years ago, the town voted to purchase a ladder truck for the fire department, and on that very same ballot decided, but we don't want to buy the building that the truck has to go in.
Right.
Now, in this case, we decided a year and whatever ago that we were going to build Beal and fully fund, and the selectmen and the school committee came together and decided that they were going to fully fund full-day kindergarten. And so now the town is asked after the fact, hey, do you also want to budget this thing? And I could totally understand, why should I vote for A if we're going to come back and ask for more for B? But actually, that B is just part of A. And we weren't told it was going to be. And so there's absolutely a lot of confusion. 15 or so years ago, it was very clear on that day, hey, these two things have to go together. I myself was very concerned at the time of the Beal vote to say, hey, this is going to cost us more money. And what's more, right now, we're in a situation where we're not asking to spend more money. We're actually just trying to avoid a lot of terrible cuts. But this happened when we built the library. When we built the library's operating costs go up. That's the nature of when you construct a better building. Some costs go down, but staffing goes up and things get churned. So I can definitely understand, Dennis, what you're saying about, the people you've been speaking to saying, hey, why are you telling us, now you're threatening to withhold this thing from us if we don't vote for this? Like, yeah, this is sometimes the problems we have. This is the nature of budgeting. And I hope that we've written at least this letter to cover that. Now, let me also add, we aren't the campaign committee for the override. We have just voted that, yes, we support this, and we encourage people to vote affirmatively on the 4th. But, not only are we not the campaign committee, we're not here trying to come up with all the best arguments to vote for this. We're just trying to say this is the finance committee's position and why we support it. We don't even represent the town. We just are the 9 people who are on this finance committee. We haven't been part of this process. We've been told very explicitly that we aren't part of this process. We're just coming in as this finance committee just to talk about our position on this thing. So I don't want to feel like we need to get some in-depth research to justify why this override is the right override, but rather to say this is why we have this opinion. I hope I've been
okay. That's a great opinion. I'll just turn back. I'm putting my name on this. I'd like to have as much information when I'm talking about a $33 million possible rebate to the state.
Dennis,
put my name on it.
Okay.
That's all I was saying. So I like it worded that way. I made my point. I'm going to let it go.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Can you direct comments, please, through the chair and not to each other? Dennis, your point's been made. I think it's also, I agree with what Mr. Adler's saying, is that we need to represent the facts, and I'm sure I have complete confidence that Mr. Mizikar and his team will wordsmith this for us so that we are covering the facts. And that's and kind of the state of where we are. I don't mean to so we'll look for that. As far as timing, Mr. Mizikar, what's the timing for getting this ready, and when does it need to be ready to go?
Sure. So our plan will be that we'll have it for full consideration for the committee at your April 22nd meeting, but
Okay.
that would be kind of like our deadline to get it voted. We are holding the print on the town meeting books until May 5th, so we can get the right budget article, budget details in the book. So we will be then going to print the day after the vote.
All right. So in the past, what you've done is you've submitted documents for us to review, and then people submitted comments through you.
Yep.
So we're not going to hold this till the 22nd then meeting. We'll work on that up until the 22nd. Probably have final review on the 22nd. I'm not trying to tell
Yes.
you. I guess I'm sort of asking.
No. Yeah,
Okay.
100%. I'm on board with that. Yes.
Okay, excellent. And then I'm going to be a little bit bold here and say I kind of felt that last year when the Finance Committee wrote their report that we were just regurgitating a lot of stuff that I really felt that the town manager's office had actually done a better job of presenting than we had. I think that a lot of the detail, a lot of the diagrams and so forth is being put forward in documents out of the office. So I sort of feel like, but at the same time, I feel like the Finance Committee's report is extremely important. I know long before, I've been a town meeting member for quite a while now, and I always would read the Finance Committee report to try to get a kind of an overview, a state of the union, if you will. So even though this year really required us to write more of a State of the Union type letter, I think maybe I would put it forward for future finance committees to consider that maybe that they write a more State of the Union type summary of the financial picture and reference the detail that are, as I said, in my opinion, presented in a better fashion. So I'm just going to put that out there for food for thought. Okay, so at this point then, unless anyone has anything else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, I'm going to take a roll call vote now for all of those in favor of adjourning the meeting. Mark Adler.
Aye.
Vikram Chhabra.
Aye.
Dennis O'Connell.
Aye.
Aaron Howard.
Aye.
And Hannah has left us, but I'm sure she would have no objection. Jordan Rubin.
Aye.
Carlos Garcia.
Aye.
Mark Murray.
Aye.
And Judy Vetter. Aye. Thank you very much for spending your Saturday afternoon or Saturday with us, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you,
The
Judy.
meeting is now
Bye,
adjourned.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Judy.
Everyone.
Take care, everyone. See you next time.